kid, got no time to spare. Double up the score, turn a 2 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this. Hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. Might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few. Might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah. Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, bah, 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 yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, bah. Call you up, like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. But I can't keep up. Play for Lolita, big queso. I'm born with the ether, but I still take a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, bah.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. 나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내가 쓰면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄파가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 하니 거리동이
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah.
And hello everybody, welcome to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. It's the final one of the year here and it's set up to be a banger. I will be your host for today, Twiggy, and unfortunately I've come down with a bit of a cold, so you're going to have to struggle through listening to me, but thankfully we have Eccles with me here today to help share the load here on the desk. How are you doing, brother?
Doing amazing, mate. Thank you for having me back on. You said best to last. It really is. It's shaping up to be a really good day. Glad to be back.
All right. Well, I mean, look, we've got plenty of stuff to go through, obviously, over the next week and a little bit. It's a little different to the last times we have been here at VALORANT Challengers EMEA. Let's take a look at the group stage, or well, the groups that we're going to be looking at, all of the teams. We have an extra 2 coming in, so it isn't just 12 teams. We've got 14 teams playing here with our 2 teams from MENA there. And this is really set up to be, I think, an incredible group stage, right? Obviously, all of our group stages so far this year have been pretty awesome, but I think now that we've had the time for these teams to really get into the swing of playing against each other over the course of the year, we've really had some time to, you know, get in some venerated teams, right? We've got returners here from Team Liquid Academy, newcomers in Eintracht Frankfurt here, so there's lots to look forward to, and in fact that will be our first game today, those two. So yeah, I'm excited. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's really some really good matchups today, especially Mandatory versus BBL Pacific. I think that could be an all-out bloodbath type of game. Very mechanical-based teams, very flary players. I really can't wait to get to that one, but the viewers are going to have to wait because that is our second game.
Yeah, indeed. Our first, obviously, is going to be Team Liquid Academy versus Eintracht Frankfurt, and that is set to be a very, very interesting one. A team we haven't seen for a little while, a team that we haven't seen in VALORANT Challengers EMEA whatsoever. They've narrowly missed out on getting here to this point. Let's just take a look at the playoff format as well before we get started, just so you guys are aware of how this one is going to work. So obviously, our top teams will be moving through into the same playoff format that we have seen so far, this double elimination here. And, well, I mean, the spoils go to the winners when we get towards the end. And, you know, after we finished with stage 1, we were thinking, you know, it's just going to be the same thing, stage in, stage out. We're going to have BBL Pacific absolutely dominating things, but we've already proven to ourselves that that is not the case. We have a returning champion in them and in Enterprise Esports coming into this Challengers EMEA, and we could get a third winner. Who knows? That's the state of things here in EMEA. We've had teams from all over the place rising to the challenge. That's what we love to see.
Yeah, we love to see a bit of variation in our winners, don't we? Especially the old dogs in Enterprise. You know, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but all these players have so much experience coming back with a win. It's a good thing to see in the Valorant scene.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at today's matches so that we can set things up for us. And yeah, as we mentioned earlier, we're starting off on this stream with Team Liquid Academy versus Eintracht Frankfurt. Over on our other stream, there is going to be, well, on the other streams going on, sorry, there will be Movistar Koi Phoenix versus Twisted Minds. And we will have updates going on those games as we go through today, so you don't have to leave the stream if you don't want to. You can stay here. You will still know what those score lines are going to be. And our second game today will be Mandatory versus BBL Pacific. So, I mean, you're getting started with a bang for the first day, right? We've got some exciting returns coming through and obviously some incredibly good teams coming through with Mandatory and BBL Pacific. So no matter what, you're going to have a fun time today, I think.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to get into this first matchup. Team Liquid Academy versus Eintracht Frankfurt. I think it's a matchup we've not seen before. It's a very mechanically heavy matchup. The teams kind of like the similar style, very pack heavy, very 4-1 heavy. And I think it really leads to lots of fighting. We're not going to see the clock run down too much, but it's going to lead into some really saucy fights. I can't wait to see how both teams are prepped. Both teams like the double duelist on Corrode. I think that might be a matchup we get to see today, which I'm very excited for.
Well, our first team coming into this one from Northeast, Team Liquid Academy. They finished up in second place, a 3-0 loss against Enterprise Esports to close out the Northeast Grand Finals here. But over the course of the season, they have looked like the team we saw in Stage 1. Unfortunately, in Stage 1 in Challengers EMEA, they did not get out of groups. They're up against Focus, and this time up against another second seed from DAC to try and stop them from getting through this one. But I think this time they look well practiced, right? They're coming into this maybe not at the same level as Enterprise Esports, but definitely a contender in their own right. They've had some really good games over the course of their stage in Northeast. This is your team. Same team you saw in Stage 1. They have not changed a single piece of their team, and it shows. Those guys are well drilled in the server.
Yeah, the coach has been doing a fantastic job. How's the Bacon? Getting these players who are lacking that team experience and getting up the fundamentals. Cupid there as well in the mid rounds, and I think honestly that could be one of like the big differences today. I think from looking at these two teams, they both start rounds really well, then they struggle a little bit towards the mid round. But Team Liquid are doing a much better job with that, and I imagine that's down to Cupid and Bacon teaching the players, Cupid controlling in the server, Bacon giving him a rundown of what he wants. And I think it's like a really good growth arc that we're seeing from Team Liquid Academy, because they have the mechanical skills to be tier 1. Every single one of those players is absolutely fantastic. So now it's, like I said, last time they didn't do too well outside of Northern Europe. So now coming up against another German team, we're going to see that they've been here before. They've got a taste of it. They know how it's going to go. They're not going to be as nervous. So I'm really expecting to see a big improvement from them.
Well, Eintracht Frankfurt is who they're going to be up against. And of course, this is a team that, you know, can actually earn Ascension points, unlike Team Liquid Academy. So I'm sure they're going to be wanting to prove themselves here. Obviously, I think the main thing when it comes to this, as you kind of mentioned earlier, is you're looking to get noticed by tier 1 teams, right? You're looking to get noticed by VCT teams and get picked up as an individual player. That doesn't mean that you're going to throw the game to try and get as many stats as you can, but I think that's something that these players do need to focus on here. And for Eintracht Frankfurt, right, this is a team that has narrowly missed out on getting to VALORANT Challengers EMEA over the course of this year. 3rd to 4th place in both of the stages before now, just about beating out Focus this time around. Well, not just about, actually, it was a 2-0 in the playoffs at the very least, but getting through on this one, doubling down on that win against Focus to get into Challengers EMEA. They've got a difficult first game to get started with, but of course, a loss here doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get through, as we saw last time with Team Liquid Academy. Focus managed to get through after, well, Team Liquid Academy had a chance of getting through, sorry, with a 1-1 scoreline. So there is that interplay with 3 teams in the group that can come through. So it's all to play for today, but it's not over if you do lose.
Yeah, exactly. It's all to play for, and the players on this roster have been around for a while. Like Masashi's been like a tier 2 top player for so long. So I'm sure he's like here to want to make his mark. He's back in to the Challengers, the group stage, and now he can really try and use this platform. So like, okay, right, I've been top of tier 2. It's now time to get me tier 1. Azuri as well, another player that I'm a massive fan of. One of like the best players, I think, outside of franchising for how he plays his role and the amount of like impact he has. May not be as flashy, but this is what people are going to be watching at. All eyes are on them, and it's a really big platform for them to go and push off and really show what they can do today.
Well, we're now in the whole of EMEA now. We're not just limited to asking the Northeast fans what their favorite team is, so we can now get some hashtags in chat, TLA or SGE for Eintracht Frankfurt there, and tell us who you think is going to win. I would like to see what kind of balance of fans we have going on in chat here, and I want to get them not fighting against each other. Let's not get any fighting in chat, but let's have some friendly competition going on, because this is the grand stage now, right? First off, these are two teams that have not seen, at the very least, for a full stage, VALORANT Challengers EMEA, so they have a lot to prove. But second off, it's their last chance this year. Obviously, Team Liquid Academy can't make it to Ascension anyway, so there's no chance of them getting that extra kind of boost in terms of their what would you call it? The way that they're shown on the grand stage, on the global stage. So lots to prove here today as individual players. Try and get noticed by some scouts for VCT teams. And of course, you want to get that win in the end. That is the main goal for this one. Team Liquid Academy weren't able to prove themselves in the group stage 2 stages ago. So they're going to be looking to do that this time around, especially now that they are from the region that has the Challengers EMEA victors in Enterprise Esports.
Yeah, exactly. It's the tier 2 players that are the next ones in Valorant. We see it so often where these amazing players in tier 2 who dominate go to tier 1 and do the exact same. Look at Marder from NRG. Yeah, Tobias time in tier 2, playing consistently well. As soon as he goes to tier 1, he's like rated one of the best duelists, right? So the mechanics and individual talent is there, and this is kind of like your proving ground, right? This is where you get a bit taste of a little bit extra pressure. You're not just playing in your regional league now. You're playing teams from different regions. Maybe you're not used to playing them as much. Maybe more VOD review comes in, more prep time. The stakes are higher, basically. The stakes are higher, so now is the time to see how the players react to those higher stakes. If they do well, they're setting them up for really bright success in the future. Yeah,
and Eintracht Frankfurt have looked good in their region as well. Obviously, when we come through into this one, there is going to be, we'll apologize in advance, there's going to be a small amount of bias, especially in terms of the knowledge that we have about Northeast teams coming through as the English stream. But, Eintracht Frankfurt have looked good. They're definitely going to give Team Liquid Academy a run for their money here. And if nothing else, it's an ability to prove on that stage that you are able to come up against teams from other regions that you haven't been practicing against for the whole year, and still be able to perform at your best. Because, I think both of these teams kind of have that not problem, but maybe a slight inconsistency thing going on where they have good days and they have really bad days as well. I mean, take a look at Team Liquid Academy's grand final against Enterprise Esports. They were barely able to put up a single round in 3 maps against them. So there really is that, you have to lock in. I'm going to need you to lock in on this one. Both of those teams, they need to show that it can be a good day more often than not for them. We're going to move into the map Veto now here, and I think these teams actually have a relatively similar Veto going on. Neither of them are going to want to play Haven. That's the lowest win rate for both of these teams.
Yeah, I expected the Haven ban to come in from Frankfurt and buy from Team Liquid. I'm expecting a Crowd. I don't know if it's going to be a first pick, but definitely a Crowd will be coming up today. Fingers crossed, touch wood. But I think it's like a matchup where, they ban the same maps that they're going to go more deeper into their map pool. It's not going to always be their first pick. So Sunset, that's a good pick. I think that's something where Frankfurt can look into Liquid Sunset. Maybe it's not the most practice from them because they really like the Ascent and the Corrode. Ascent coming in as well, so I'd assume third coming will be Corrode here at this point. And I think that's going to be like a really, really good matchup because Corrode is going to be a Phoenix on Phoenix if they, the teams run the same comps. And that Phoenix on Phoenix could be an absolute spectacle to watch. So I'm expecting that to be if it gets to the third map, I think that could be really, really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, Corrode we have kind of touted as Team Liquid Academy's home ground, not necessarily because they have an amazing win rate on it, but because they have chosen it as their first pick as much as they can every single time in Northeast. They have only lost it to Enterprise Esports, but they did lose it twice to Enterprise Esports. So, they are comfortable on Corrode. It's just that they haven't proven themselves against against kind of the top tier of teams just yet. It's not surprising that they want to stick safer with Ascent to begin with. There's probably a few kind of... They're a bit worried about their Corrode at the moment, because if you're losing it to Enterprise Esports twice and it's kind of your home ground, you're kind of going to go into this one, and this is what I was kind of worried about, is that Team Liquid Academy were going to be affected by that loss against Enterprise Esports. Such a one-sided game that they're going to come into this tournament with, you know, some worries and something, you know, in the back of their mind saying, you know, we aren't the same team as Stage 1. We're not the first seed coming into this one. There are teams that can very easily beat us. Fortunately, they're not against the first seed to start off with, so hopefully they will be able to, at the very least, show us what they're capable of here. But yeah, Eintracht Frankfurt, this is their chance to shine, I would say. They have not had the opportunity in Challengers EMEA yet, so I would like to see them get something really good out of this one, but I think it would be a 3-mapper if I were to guess.
Yeah, if anything, I like the odds to get the first one. Team Liquid Academy only playing Sunset twice so far, so probably not as much data on that, but also not as much practice with recently coming back in. But Eintracht Frankfurt have a lot more reps on Sunset. They're recently changing comp. They've recently run the Raze and Yori comp in their last matchup, so they've been changing, been experimenting. Maybe they've got something in the works, but if there is a map that I would hedge my bets on Frankfurt to get, it would be the first one in Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, with Team Liquid Academy, they had a very good development, actually, last time we saw them out on Sunset. The first time we saw them, I think it was against Metasport. They lost quite heavily, and it was, you know, we thought they were going to avoid that. They suddenly went back to it in their second to last game in the playoffs of Northeast, and they looked really good on it, actually. I think they won 13-6. It was a really good development from them. This is the kind of thing we know Team Liquid Academy for as a team. You know, 2 analysts on that roster, one in the coach role, one in the IGL role. And they generally do have really, really good kind of defaults, compositions, ideas when they come into maps. It's when those ideas start to fall apart that we start to see less of the Team Liquid Academy that we know.
Yeah, exactly. And that just comes down to the inexperience of the players. They're all young, they're all very talented, but you can't beat time in the game, right? And the time in the game is like these mid-round decisions. When me as a player, when I was playing, the more time I played, the better I got at like these mid-round decisions. Because sometimes you just don't run into these scenarios, right? And if first time you face a scenario, it can be hard to get the right solution, especially like how fast of a pace Valorant is, right? You have micro milliseconds to decide what the best option is, and you're probably not going to do that the first time it happens. So getting the time in over like a full course of a season, we're going to see, as we have Team Liquid continue to develop, get better at these mid-round situations. Cooper as well, an up-and-coming IGL, is also someone who's developing these situations, how to get the most out of these players, right? Because that is also like an issue. It's like you have such talented players, but how do you get the most out of them? That's a big problem that they've been continually solving and continually getting better at as the season's gone on.
Well, it looks like we've got German fans in full force here in chat. 92. Oh, okay, no, never mind. Back up above 10% for Team Liquid Academy here. Get those hashtags in chat. We want to see what you think about this game, or at the very least, how outnumbered the Team Liquid Academy fans are, because that's very much one-sided. Maybe everybody coming in today thinking, "Oh my God, Team Liquid are playing." No, not quite the same Team Liquid here on the Valorant EMEA channel, but still, we do want to see some support for them in chat, especially as us. You know, if our second seed can't do well from Northeast, then our region is as chalked as usual. I say that we are the Northeast are the incumbent champions coming through into this one. It is just that Enterprise Esports are very, very good. We have 4 representatives, of course, whereas every other region does have 2. Again, a reminder that MENA will be in groups C and D, so you will be looking forward to those games as well. We'll get an update on the Twisted Minds game that is currently going on in synchronicity with this one very shortly, I'm sure, but after the end of these 2 maps, 3 maps, I don't know how many it'll go to. There we go, that's more like it. Get those TLAs in, we're almost up to 20%. That's almost, I don't know, Battle of Helm's Deep kind of thing going on. Either way, what's your prediction?
20%.
I want to know.
My prediction, I want to see Crow, so I'm obviously going to say it's going to go to the 3rd map. I think Team Liquid Academy has the edge. I think their mid-round compared to Eintracht is a lot better. Eintracht, when I've watched them, they really do struggle versus these aggressive teams. Recently in the finals, I was watching their Corrode versus Mouse, and Fizzy tore them apart on the chamber. And obviously Team Liquid don't have the chamber, but like the Yoru being able to play these off angles, stuff like that is going to really, really hurt them. And like Team Liquid Academy is a team where they want these fights. So does Frankfurt, but I think Team Liquid Academy is just a bit better mechanically overall, and just a bit better in the mid-round. So sorry to disappoint the Eintracht Frankfurt fans. I think it's going to be a 2-1. I think Frankfurt take the first map, then it's going to be a reverse sweep from Team Liquid.
Well, let's see if those fans can rally their team to an early lead here in the group. We're about ready for our first map here between Team Liquid Academy and Eintracht Frankfurt. Take it away, Hazard and Kara.
That's right, it is the penultimate event of the Challengers calendar and the final stop before Ascension. I don't need to tell you all what that means for these players. It's absolutely everything. And coming into our Group B opener, we have a banger straight away.
Yeah, we do. It's a debut for Eintracht Frankfurt, and for Team Liquid Academy, it's a return to the big time, right? It's a return to Challengers EMEA, where last time they were in a group with Dark, and where they ultimately lost to Focus 2-0. So they'll be looking to maybe give a little bit of payback up against Eintracht Frankfurt here.
Yeah, the other DAC teams will be watching, of course, with points meaning promotion at this point in time. An Ascension place on the line, the rules changing in the last week or so, as you would have seen, from 6 to 8 places, and that keeps the dream alive for Eintracht Frankfurt. We're in a 3-team group, and ultimately that is as cutthroat as it possibly is going to get. We see how quickly things can change. If you don't win your opening game, then you're coming into the second match ultimately hoping for a tiebreaker. So a positive start here for Eintracht is everything that they're going to want, and then some.
Yeah, exactly, and this veto is a little bit scary, I think, for Eintracht Frankfurt, considering what we've seen from Team Liquid Academy on the last go of it. But hey, listen, in we go, first map Sunset, and well, it would be great to just start off with a win if you're that dark side.
Absolutely it would. A map which we have seen remodeled from them move to double duelist in their game against Focus and have stuck with it for Liquid Academy. Some troubleshooting as well from their overtime loss to Metasport earlier on in the season, but much changed coming out of that second stage, of course. Into the pistol, early start. Donatello walking down mid in Petra already.
Oh, information gained though, dropped back, but look at Rex. Not cleared, completely focused on the site, takes a brilliant timing, but just misses out because the wall goes up, but has control of the spike.
Right here.
Plenty of damage on Leosa. Ninja still holding this cross, and quick trade through him and Cupid. Spike still needs to be recovered in main though.
That it does. Rex has full control, has a flash to support himself, and both players now low in main. GSR and Rex finish it off. Team Liquid Academy with a very aggressive start, but one that provides success.
Talking of their opponent as well, Eintracht starting on this defense, you're expecting a very slow, expansive style. But off the rip, it's a quick split push, one which Liquid Academy are able to disrupt with some aggressive play of their own. That coming as no real surprise. The double Sheriff buy on the defense as well, very popular at the moment, doing a lot of damage to kick things off. And while Leosin had managed to find some of that space, not really working out for him. Very early brawl here as we get to see the value of the utility from this Liquid comp.
Nice little set piece, you know, early doors, use the wheelie utility, supported by Intel Dart, players can't destroy it, and on top of that you get a kill off the back of it. So trying to pivot back in towards mid, where Liquid are lying in wait, and it's just a shooting gallery, it's as easy as it possibly could be.
It's nice for GSR and Rex farming up some early orbs here as well. And it's the former that you've really got to be focusing on. GSR has been an absolute driving force for Liquid Academy. And for those who missed out on him in the second stage, his movement now to secondary duelist, still staying on flashes, as we know he was usually the Vice or the Breach player before, has been really nice. Just enabling such a mechanical player who, breaking out on a role which you wouldn't expect before, has now been given even more of a chance to steal the limelight. Liquid will just snatch away that second round quite comfortably.
Yeah, and I think it's something that the analyst desk that we're talking about that I wanted to pick up on, about the fact that Team Liquid Academy really struggled in that grand final. But when you're in the playoffs, you don't really get a chance to review. And I'm thinking about the improvements that Team Liquid Academy would have made from that Stage 3 playoffs run now in towards EMEA Stage 3. And what they've changed about how they want to move around the map, because already that aggression still showing with 4 bodies on that A side of the map.
Lots of teams do like the heavy A site lean at the start just to overwhelm. And it's the Vice setup that has been revealed on the other side of the wall. GSR just having a look for Leosin again here. Eintracht starting the default with some early control.
I mean, it seems like it's the DAC of old, right? The teams that like to contact around the map, take their time.
Yeah, we've got a former CGN coach in slot for Frankfurt, so
yeah, it makes sense.
There is trend there, but in terms of how this round has developed, Frankfurt should understand that Liquid do have the line control on A early from that initial util dump, and now focusing on the B site. With the availability of GSR and his TPs all the time, you have to clear this corner.
Well, you do, and the utility to try and do it, but still, more delay coming through from Team Liquid. 30 seconds remain, and Team Liquid Academy still continuing to hold on just momentarily. But Rex pops up at the right time, supported by Cooper. Down in the spike. And Eintracht Frankfurt have had a disaster of a start to this map. It looks to be 3 rounds in a row unless Azuri can provide us with something magical.
Doesn't look likely. Can get the spike down here though.
He can, rifle in hand, but overwhelmed as soon as it goes down. And it's a player who's well acquainted with the DAC region, who gets a 4K on the round. Cooper makes it 3 in a row for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's another thing to be thinking about. Cooper does have history. He left DAC to join Northeast as the regions merged, and it has been the kind of uptick in performance that he would have been hoping for. Rejoining this academy project, working with it over time, but I think right now the focus has to be on Frankfurt and this attack. It's been, you know, a fairly sloppy start from them.
Yeah.
Trying to create some pressure, but coming back to what Eccles was saying on the desk, some of the mid-rounding just so necessary. Liquid immediately putting high priority in taking this A space again, but
and it's just the
in a
same
few seconds time, you sort of expect Frankfurt to be taking this back.
Yeah, it's the same routine utility that we've been seeing a few times now on that A main, using the Euro clone on B main to get rid of the Vise wall. So nice early stuff being done by Eintracht, but Donatello on an early line gets rid of Leosin.
They could have doubled up here as well, just waiting for Donatello to hit contact.
Yeah, this is John is the one who's going to go up first. Ninja though, at least gets one back, keeps the advantage towards the defense. Rifle able to be picked up, and that's what Eintracht Frankfurt look to do. Still got to be keeping notes on the other side of the map.
Yeah. It's Musashi that's pushing the envelope here, but ultimately respecting the site control, hoping to catch an overextension, maybe just hold on to that space as the rotation comes in. But Rex can hear all of this. The banging on the door is just the call that Liquid need to make that rotation happen.
Trying to get through, still the Vice utility. Rex not allowing players across. Musashi at the same time that gets his share of work in here. And time getting low for that spike to go down.
Yeah, overlooked, surprising. Musashi has another huge chance.
Oh, and he's taking it! Just thinking GSR would have got caught off guard as well, but it's not the case. This is John, knows that Ninja's all alone, but not anymore. Now knows that Euro's alongside. A 2 versus 1, which he needs to try and dice up, but he's not being allowed the opportunity. Brilliantly been played by Team Liquid Academy. And 4 in a row, even though troubled waters was what they had to try and get through.
Yeah, it's a convincing closure from Liquid Academy in the end. Rex gets a little bit caught out by Musashi. It's a strong trade from the captain, one of the newer in-game leaders that we have in Challengers, despite his history. And yeah, you're looking towards those players to step up in these games, the ones that have experience. But I have to say, Ninja's positioning there towards Bobra at the very end to just trade off of GSR's body was excellent. We're immediately heading into the next rifle round, though. Ults are up, and Frankfurt need to get on the board here early.
They need to be careful as well because they are heading into the trap as both duelists holding weight. Viosin using his nade. The flash maybe a little bit too aggressive, but at least Donatello can get out and dashes away to safety.
Or he's wondering what the Waylay utility implementation looks like. Donatello drops down to just the Hinder now. But it's two players either side of the map. Frankfurt haven't been investing in mid all too much up until this point. You've still got the wall watching over top. And another contact piece set up by Liquid later into the round. It's Cupid to take first initiative.
Oh, Ninja re-engaging back to the corner, but it's only one. And that's going to allow the assault on towards the site as Cupid sits at back of site behind the box, and he's not being cleared whatsoever. Cypher ultimate to clear out the site will work out in the end. Spike down, 30 seconds left.
Wondered if Cupid was going to cancel there potentially and dunk himself back into the eye of the storm, but not to be. Coming into the retake, Rex has the Vice ult, but it's not going to hit anyone.
It's not, but there has been 4 ultimates invested by Eintracht Frankfurt, so if Liquid could convert this, it would be absolutely huge. And Eintracht Frankfurt, they've completely lost control of the spike. It's already been half. This is John and Azuri at least being able to deny the defuse, but there is a lot more worries than what there are answers off the back of that round.
If you're Frankfurt, though, I think you're just happy to get your first on the board. More than anything else, like you say, it's been an incredibly messy start to this first European campaign. But in a game described by their coach Sebe as one to be won on adaptations, maybe giving himself a little bit of extra credit ahead of time, potentially from the coach slot. It's about how quickly you can adjust, I think, to what is a very pacey environment, one where Liquid are constantly piling on the pressure. GSR trying to fight early here again in a huge swing round. Both flashes invested, both players blind. Finally Donatello gets involved, and he does double up for his efforts as well. Twice the involvement, twice the reward.
And where does Eintracht Frankfurt go next? You speak of involvement. Apparently we're going to get a double investment here. It was the Hunter's Fury. Now it's also the convergent paths from Team Liquid Academy. Suri's found a little gap to work with though.
Yeah, it's going to pick one kill up from it, but as soon as This Is John drops in B main, that's the round all but settled. A great call from Liquid there to go ahead and fight the space after the first 2 kills and just confirm the spike control. Azuri wandering in the back line, but soon to be routed out by Rex. And after a bump in the road, Frankfurt are unable to continue building. Couple players on low credits, should still be enough finance beneath them, but this has been anything but easy.
Yeah, I don't want to call it over-eager, right? But like, a lot of ultimates invested in the past 2 rounds from both sides. And it will be the timeout coming through from Eintracht Frankfurt.
And I completely understand this. Good to get the early timeout in when things aren't necessarily going your way. A 5-1 scoreline could be 6, perhaps should. But as one of the 7 teams outside the Ascension places, still in contention in this tournament, Frankfurt have to focus on every single best of 3 and potentially best of 5 in front of them. Should they get to that point, you expect them to qualify. But yeah, just 5 points right now in that table means that there is so much work to be done. And I have to say, their year has been a little bit more consistent than Liquid. Dropping at the semi-final stage the last couple of times before finally making it here through LAN. However, they've not quite hit the same kind of peak, and it's that potential that we're still waiting to see.
Yeah, I agree with you about like the potential. I don't know. I feel as if like with Eintracht Frankfurt, right? It's your first time getting here as an organisation. As for the players, I mean, what Musashi, the one who's really made it towards the latter stages of Tier 2 and towards the inter-regional tournaments. This is the first year we've had it on the regular.
Yeah.
So a lot more opportunities for that experience. Eintracht Frankfurt started their default off with mid this time, and Liquid haven't really approached it or contested it.
They've also chosen not to rush things here either. This is quite a shrewd purchase from them. Azuri has the one rifle, Leosin still with the showstopper, so like there are ways you can make this round dangerous should you find yourself in such a position, but currently working on A. Donatello has to be careful he doesn't overstay his welcome, but as he so often does, GSR picking up the pieces and Azuri getting no further than the first line of this Vice setup.
Yeah, the fact that you can earmark a space with the Vice wall and immediately you know if anyone has crossed over there, Azuri has done so, and look at Team Liquid Academy. They are coming in droves to try and identify what's here, and that is only just the Cypher.
It's important you mention that because it isn't the spike. They may very well find themselves an open A site to get the plant in here. And sure, you have lost one of the rifles, you don't have the showstopper anymore, so it's got to be all headshots, nothing but.
Musashi's Phantom could provide an issue, but it's not really hitting. Finally, at least trades things out. So, 2 versus 2 and much to work with. Spike down, the bodies grouped up for Team Liquid Academy, and that's where the real issue lies. Musashi has 1 Cs, no haunt, no utility to support, but he has his Phantom in hand that is beginning to work. 9 bullets up against Cooper, who knows exactly what he needs to do. Captain Clutch once again, and makes it 6.
Yeah, 15 clutches in his Stage 3 campaign in Northeast. The most reliable player for Liquid in that position. Does best Musashi. And I have to say, look, it got very close in the end, but for me, it's the decision-making from Felix here in the 2v2. He really wanted to pick up that gun, went unsupported. Kind of sold Musashi down the river a little bit there. That's what a lot of these rounds might come down to, the finer details, and if you are put under too much pressure in a tournament like this when your whole year may just very well rely on a couple of maps, it's a lot of work to be done. That's a brilliant hinder.
Yeah, and it stopped Leosin entirely, although the rocket not hitting, I thought it could have, but the utility to get out is perfect from Team Liquid Academy.
Donatello's literally just hit the refract there as well, so quite like his namesake, the Ninja Turtle is ducking and weaving. GSR had walked the distance of mid, but plays himself back out of it, or it might have been the clone, I'm not entirely sure. Either way, Frankfurt are going to sit on the A main space. Liquid have rarely folded at this stage in the round. They're so happy to just sit on their site setups, rely on the prep that they've done.
And I like that, right? The fact that they are so confident. They know exactly what the DAC region likes to do, right? In terms of these defaults, in terms of contacting, and they know that unless there's utility, unless there's noise to react to, there's nothing that they need to do. And that's exactly the case. The players trying to get out. Felix and Azuri breaking their way through. It's still a 2 versus 2, but 20 seconds remain. That spike needs to go down. But the players instead are the ones that drop. This has been another poor round, as the Eintracht Frankfurt boys cannot make it onto the site, and they leave it up to Musashi once again.
He's going to have half a chance, but Ninja's closed the gap. Oh, Musashi, no time for the plant. That is the straw which will break the camel's back here. It's a frustrating way to lose, but another frustrating round in general, Cairo.
It is, and like, you know that these players from the DAC region, you know that they can execute, and you know that they've got the utility to brute force their way out. But at this moment in time, it feels like it's, I don't want to call it half-assed, but that's the way it feels like trying to get onto the site, right?
Sure. Sure, it's very laboured. The scaling has been difficult against this Liquid comp. I would like to see a little bit more interaction with the Vice setup, perhaps, because, as I said, they've been so confident in these reads right now. And as much as the desk were talking about pre-round calls, or mid-rounding, sorry, yeah, it's the pre-round, I think, that sort of set Liquid up much better here as they do start to get proactive again.
Now they go. Look at this, Body's already running towards the A site here. And it's so much for Team Liquid Academy. But this is the entry that Eintracht Frankfurt needed.
There's one back in the conversation. GSR still hanging on to the space. Ninja over his shoulder finding a double. And GSR can match his efforts. Musashi last alive, as he has been in so many of these rounds. But even with his tenure, his experience, the rest of the squad just not at the races.
I don't know. Team Liquid Academy are showing their prowess, showing their improvement from the Stage 3 playoffs, even though they still look good, right? Let's not make any doubts about it, but there's always room for improvement, and Team Liquid have moved into that. Starting to see exactly what Eintracht Frankfurt will be up to in this group as well, considering they've still got another game to play here after this one. This could be a death sentence if they can't win out this series. It is only map 1, but it is their pick, you have to remember.
And that's the reason right now why we have that kind of concern. GSR once again finding himself in the feed, and with another first blood. There's the Hunter's Fury available for Ninja, and as he backs up towards spawn, you're expecting it to get invested, and it is. Crosses the line, allows GSR to draw his in the sand and keep Frankfurt back. The furthest forward player, John, with the Bucky, but the movement from Donatello, a fantastic distraction. And with GSR putting a ribbon on it, it will be 9.
I like that. I mean, we saw it from Click, another player from the dark region that got promoted to Tier 1. Like the kind of tech from the Whaley, right? Remember when it was debuted on Icebox, being used almost as a distraction to play other people into the game?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's completely well played. Now 9, a big rifle round for Frankfurt now to show us what they've got, to show us if they're going to have a lifeline in this second half, or if we can start to tie Sunset in a tight little ribbon.
And that's what we'll be here to find out. I mean, it's the 2 rounds really that could give them any kind of platform, and what they will be hoping is a bare minimum to work with. Finally grouping up to go for this B hit again. Saw a little bit of it on the previous eco, of course, and in some of the early rounds in this map, but as it has developed, their shift of focus towards A has netted them plants, but no success. I have to say, though, 5 on 5 from this position, the only weakness is GSR's ult to come in.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the real difference maker, but Frankfurt's still on the site, still looking to brawl.
Oh
Utility coming through, it's absolutely spot on! GSR with a quick double, but Frankfurt's still on the site and still holding on. Musashi once again having to try and clutch up, but he doesn't approach, he doesn't think about Cupid, and that will be double digits for Team Liquid Academy.
Cupid besting Musashi in that position, not for the first time in this map. And I find it interesting that Musashi's actually the one who's never lost a map to Cupid in his history before. And sure, there was a slight misalignment between the two as he made his way back to the region a year ago. They've only faced each other twice, and the last meeting was all the way back in 2021. But looking like much the stronger side at this point in time, and the play from GSR, audacious, but did you expect anything less?
Mate, it's so nice, the way that everything's set up, but there's 9 players on this side of the map now, and they're ready to go. Donatello with the refract, the early utility, and Ninja already with an entry. Team Liquid Academy look to carry on as they have done all half. Oh my god, what was that?
Ninja, an unexpected double, but a crucial one for Liquid. Frankfurt won't be feeling their best selves about this situation, and the defense is looking at maybe getting proactive here. Rex still has the flash, they're not going to use it.
Not just yet. Musashi's worried about a late flag, and Cupid so far ahead. Frankfurt just have not got a grasp in this map whatsoever in this half, in their attack. Now, that player who we find at the back line, at left line, every single time, has to try and do it once again.
And almost with a full utility belt as well. From the outside looking in, it would appear that Liquid are pushing and pushing and there's no thought behind it, but you even see the protocols and them dropping back to elbow. There is thought behind this. Machine which is looking much more well-oiled. Some time in the engine room between that final up until now. But all of the Frankfurt faithful will put their hopes into Musashi to try and recover something here. The captain can, but he ultimately must from this position. Has the tools, but it's a 2 versus 1, and it's the 2 players that often win from these positions.
The door hasn't been broken yet. That's the key thing that Musashi has to work with him. He can sit and mark it, but both players are now together on the Team Liquid side.
As the fake steps used, Musashi could have caught that first fight clean, but will ultimately fall. It's to a scoreline of 11-1 in favor of the Academy. A graduation on the interregional stage, perhaps, which has massively hampered the early Eintracht chances of their ascension, hopes and dreams if they can't turn this one around coming into the second half.
And
welcome back to the second half. The fans in the chat would have had you believe that Frankfurt were much the favourites coming into this game, but with just one round to show for in their first half efforts on Sunset, their own map pick, this has to be a dominant defender side to give themselves half a chance against Liquid's next generation.
Yeah, we were wondering where the Team Liquid Academy would be after the playoff run, where Frankfurt would be after their LAN opportunities. But it seems like it's the Northeast who are out on top. A little bit of delay stopping the attack from going any further, but that won't stop the brute force attempt in towards the site. 4 bodies for the defence here, but Team Liquid Academy, they're going elsewhere.
It's the 1-2 punch of GSR and Donatello creeping up from market. Musashi hands in pockets. Prowler to identify the 2 players at the face of this Liquid firepower. They've completely gutted the site. It's all but Felix left. He'll drop as the final player. Cupid, the one headlining the kill department right now, as it's looked all too easy for the Northeast vice champs, the Split 1 champs, who have just kept themselves going.
Team Liquid Academy cannot go to Ascension, they cannot ascend. Everybody should know that. They are essentially just taking up spots and allowing other people to be played into this tournament, right?
Yeah.
And they are making a damn good go of it as well. A real issue. Shocks to try and identify and get rid of a Cypher setup. They haven't hit, which is going to be a problem for when they go into this execute.
Yeah, and Frankfurt playing from backside with these stingers would have wanted it up in the face of Donatello perhaps, but his Spectre will best Azuri. The setup falls and Frankfurt are still locked out.
That they are. Spike now beginning to tick away. Time, the best friend of Team Liquid Academy, but they don't want time. They want to finish it right here, right now, in the quickest possible fashion that it could have been. As it's Cupid, the man who used to be in DAC, that finishes it out. A brilliant start for Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, a 13-1 thrashing of Frankfurt to kick off their Stage 3 campaign in EMEA. And if the main VCT roster winning the previous stage wasn't enough for them, yeah, the young guns have plenty to show for and are paving the way for what that future exactly looks like. You mentioned it there, they're ineligible to collect points, but if they could, they would already be sat on almost twice as many as Frankfurt, just inside the qualification places on 9 by my maths. So, yeah, I have to say, this is always a team which you have to fear in these competitions. And as one-sided as it felt at times, Frankfurt just didn't give us all too much to get excited about. It was a lot of slow starts, looking very sluggish. They need to buck up their ideas quickly, or it's going to be an early group stage exit from them. That's all from us, though. We're going to be heading back to the analyst desk in just a moment.
Right, well, I mean, there's not much to say about that one, right? My question was, before that map got underway, you know, what version of Team Liquid Academy are we going to see? Are we going to see the Team Liquid Academy that, you know, qualified for Stage 1 Challengers EMEA, that got to the Grand Finals this time around of Northeast, or are we going to see the Team Liquid Academy that fell to Enterprise Esports 3-0? And very decidedly, this is not that second Team Liquid Academy. This is a well-prepared Team Liquid Academy, one that did not drop the ball at any point during this map.
No, that was absolutely masterclass from Team Liquid Academy, from like the game plan to the adaptions to the aiming. That was like an insane display. And honestly, every time I come on the desk, Team Liquid Academy play amazing. So I feel like they need to hire me to get on here more often, because every single time I watch these guys, it's an absolute masterclass on display.
Yeah, I mean, completely in control the whole time. And kind of what I mentioned to you during that game, nobody would have heard, obviously, but I was kind of going like, you know, I feel like a team needs to understand Team Liquid Academy to be able to get that kind of win against them that Enterprise Esports did. Obviously, Enterprise Esports is a team that has been playing against this team systematically over the course of a whole year, and then was able to read their plays, able to get that win against them. Whereas Eintracht Frankfurt, well, I mean, they may have scrimped against them once or twice, but that does not mean that they have the in-game experience that these teams do against Team Liquid Academy. I think if you don't understand their playstyle, if you can't come up with a counter to it, then they're just going to take control of everything from there. But we have a couple of rounds that we can take a look at to understand where things went wrong for Eintracht Frankfurt. So why don't you take me through round 6?
Yeah, I think this comes from the general game plan from Team Liquid. We see Frankfurt as a team that likes to play together, and the early game plan here is to harass them. And that is like, don't let them do their defaults, don't let them have the space for free. So we see GSR here setting up for the flash. It's not the best example of it. The conditioning's good though. They did a single flash first time, this time they did a double flash. But to see here like the hesitation and like lack of team play from Frankfurt, right? The flashes come in, the silver oak's coming in, it's not hitting them. What are we doing? One person swings, the other doesn't. And this is what I meant by the mid-round decisions from Frankfurt is lacking, because they don't have that experience, they don't have that vocal lead in the game to be like, hey, don't push, or hey, let's swing together. They see that they're acting on individualism, which is not going to be good versus a team like Team Liquid, who are so good mechanically, they want these duels. And we just see that Donatello's like, okay, we've messed up, I blinded myself, I'm just going to hold this angle. I know if you come around here, I'm going to beat you. And he did it twice in a row, and it's just kind of like very flat from Frankfurt.
Well, I'm going to rush you straight through to round 11 because we do have a lot to get through today, so go for it.
Yeah, as well, talking about game plan. So originally they start harassing them on their default, so then the natural decision from Frankfurt is then to go together. So here we see Liquid, they ran a 4-1 this round, 4 towards A to solidify A, but they had the Euro ult for the retake on B, and combined in with their set retakes, like here with the Euro ult, the Paranoia coming in, creates absolute chaos on the bomb site, but another round where Team Liquid managed to see it out because they've fully planned it, everyone knows what they're doing, everyone knows what their role is, and Frankfurt, it's just so overwhelming for them to play against. I feel like it's one of the things where they completely diff Frankfurt in every single way. The game plan, how they're going to play, mechanical skill, and Frankfurt just kind of like lacked that adaptation. Because like if you're getting beat on your defaults, right, you can't then just go straight to 5-man in sights. We saw that from Frankfurt. They weren't contesting their map. They were sitting 4-1. There was no mid-control back into an angle. It was literally just sat still and wait. Sometimes they did a bit of small pressure, but it wasn't enough to worry Team Liquid at all. So they're just 5-man in and make it super obvious. And you're going into Team Liquid's game plan because they're making you make these changes. Team Liquid already know what's going to happen. So for Frankfurt, they just went into the belly of the beast, you could say.
All right, then. Well, from the belly of the beast, we're going to be coming back to you from in just a little bit. We're going to go to a break, and then when we get back, we'll be back with Ascent.
And
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. You give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me.
Alright everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. We are already done with map 1 here of our first series between Team Liquid Academy and Eintracht Frankfurt, and it very much went in the favor of Team Liquid Academy. A 13-1 victory on Sunset, and now we move to Team Liquid Academy's map pick of Ascent, and you can't imagine it's going to be any less uphill of a battle here for Eintracht Frankfurt.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rough one. I think the comps that we're going to be seeing, Team Liquid, obviously famous for the double duelist, the exact same comp they ran on Sunset, they're going to be running here. The difference being Frankfurt has that Cypher. That Cypher kind of is like, oh yeah, it'd be really good versus double duelist, but no, you've got the Waylay, you can double dash in. If you get hit, you just teleport out. You got the Yoru, TP's past the trips, the clone to break the trips. So the Cypher, I don't think it's going to be getting much value versus this comp. Eintracht Frankfurt will be starting on the defense, which is the most favored side of Ascent. Everybody loves the defense starting Ascent, but I don't know how it's going to play up for them. I don't think this composition is going to work. Be interesting to see if they make any adaptations, you know, coming into the playoffs, seeing the comps that are going to be facing beforehand. I'd be quite interested to see that. If not, I think it's going to be really, really rough.
Yeah, I think actually both of these teams have very, very similar stats on this map on both sides as well. I mean, like, they both favor defense, about 65% win rate on the defense side, about 60% win rate overall in terms of rounds. So these are both teams that are very comfortable on this map. I think Team Liquid Academy has played it a few more times, but still, yeah, I mean, look, Team Liquid Academy, they know what they're doing here. They would have picked Corrode if they wanted to play Corrode first against Eintracht Frankfurt, but they didn't. They wanted to play Ascent to get started with this series. They didn't know if it was going to be 1-0 at this point or 0-1 to Eintracht Frankfurt. So them going into this one, I would assume they're quite comfortable at this point, incredibly confident.
Yeah, Eintracht Frankfurt did do what I say. I'm a genius. Let's go me.
You are.
They're now running the double Sentinel, Vice, and Deadlock with a tail in there for good measure. Okay, this is going to be something where it's going to be really important to see how Team Liquid adapts to this, right? Because this type of composition is going to really, really punish them, especially in the mid-round. That Deadlock wall coming down to deny a main in the late round is going to be really, really horrible to deal with, right? This is like the biggest issue on Ascent is like the map is like takes so long to run towards the mains. A late Deadlock wall allows the team to stack. So seeing how Team Liquid adapt to this versus the double Sentinel, you want to try and use more of like the mid space and the short space, right? Can you go through mid 3 into spawn towards B? Can you go through guard and to wrap A heaven, right? Because then this way you're going to avoid a lot of the spikes, a lot of the stuns, and a lot of the Vice traps that they're going to have. So this is going to be a really, really interesting matchup. Mid-round is going to be so crucial here.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's Eintracht Frankfurt. So it could very much be, with the scorelines we've had on that map there, it could very much be their last chance now to really prove themselves. You could be out of the competition completely in a 3-person group when you're putting up, you know, map scorelines like that. So they really do need to fight back here. If they can't get a map win here, they need a lot of rounds. So either way, Hazard and Cairo, I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with.
Yeah, Frankfurt really needing to reinvent themselves here. They have done so at least with composition for a map which we haven't seen since their group stages. For Liquid, on the other hand, a 4-2 record this stage so far, and only having losses registered against Enterprise. Those were the playoff games, however. I think it's important to stress they haven't maybe played high-tier opposition on it, but then again, you don't know about the scrims, you don't know about the extra reps that they potentially have, and coming in on Ascent as a map 2 is always a stressful one.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, obviously we highlight it often about it being so fundamentally heavy, and looking at how Team Liquid Academy were playing off one another in that last map, they have everything down to a T. I think as well, you've got to be looking at this double Senti, right, and what Eintracht Frankfurt have brought in since they last played Ascent. So I'm excited to see their ideas on this map. I am a little worried about how the tail will work. We've seen it most recently used by BBL in their triple initiator composition, but in a double Sentinel one, I mean, the clearing utility, that's where I put a big question mark on it.
Many opportunities for them to combine the util, but you can forget about the Vice. GSR deleting Azuri right out of the gate. That might just have given them the green light to go ahead and hit this B site. GSR still trying his luck. It's John that'll kick things off for the defense, but not before Ninja's found himself involved as well. These double sheriffs continuing to deal damage. One of them fell through the salvos of Musashi, who's bought a little bit of time for Leosin to make his way over, arriving on the scene late in this 2-on-2.
Yeah, Spike going down, so it's only one gun really up right now.
Oh, Paranoia trying to interrupt, and Felix will find the kill, but it's on the shoulders of Ninja. Trialed in the main roster, but not able to do it here for the Academy. It will be Leosin that will claim Frankfurt's first round on Ascent and match their tally coming out of Sunset.
Yeah, the set retake from Frankfurt was nice in terms of what they were flinging at Liquid Academy. Felt as if maybe like a bit late in terms of getting the utility to actually delay as well. Musashi doing well to get two, one from salvos, one from denying the jump in. And Liquid Academy now reset to just pistols and an anti-eco now that Frankfurt can try and kick on from on this defense.
We've already spoken of Liquid Academy struggles in that second stage. School cropping up for some of the players at that time in the year. A setback, a perfect storm that fought against them. But Frankfurt know much of the same. Losing procs to Gentlemates in VCT did hamper them, but this is a long-term project, and if there's any team you could expect to bounce back from that early map loss, it would be them. And with a nice little combo of that net and the salvos, it's on the whole looks like a pretty clean round. Musashi with 3. One of the win conditions that we have to be putting a lot of focus on for this defense.
Liquid Academy need to be careful of how they're trying to group up and just hit in. We saw that towards the end of Ascent. We've only got two rounds of them on attack in the last map. So if they're going to continuously get caught off guard by the deadlock, by the tail, it will be a bit tough for them overall. That's going to put a real delay on their executes when they want to go for them.
Absolutely, and if you want to talk of regional archetypes as much as we were in the previous map, Ascent is a really strong one for the DAC teams. I'll build on that in just a second, as John has already alerted Liquid to his position with this Outlaw, which they'll be looking to find. Drone denied by the Rockets.
But a stall. As Liquid Academy look to deny the information, Musashi still confirms that the Euro is hanging around. But look at the positions on the map. This B side looks a lot weaker, and that's where Liquid Academy are starting to encircle.
It's the reason for the market control, because being able to pressure from 2 lanes when Frankfurt are bunkering is so strong. Reaction in B main though.
Felix on the edge of the smoke. 2 players on the other side, but patience is the biggest thing for Liquid Academy, and it seems to have just worked out. Although Felix at least gets one for himself, and now the rotate's coming through. Liquid Academy have a choice. Hit the site or go CT, and it's the latter in which they approach. This is John caught between a rock and a hard place as he tries to get something for Frankfurt to work with, but instead a breakout through CT, and that's where the spike's heading.
They've already heard about Musashi as well, so it's the round finished for Liquid Academy. 3 players left standing, able to course correct after Frankfurt had found themselves in a position of power. The initial read was both Sentinels to start on the A site, expecting a quick pop against their bonus, but it's a much better appraisal that Liquid Academy give, a well-tempered round, a slower approach. And that's what you've got to be looking at, just bleeding as much of that early utility as possible.
I find it interesting that the Euroclone has been placed B main already by GSR to create extra steps, maybe even try and get that Vice Wall activated.
Yeah. It triggers it perfectly, so Azuri not stepping in front to break it.
Still the players of Frankfurt trying to gain control of this A main, fighting for it through utility. But the engagement's not really coming through. In Liquid Academy, their adjustments have been made to try and get through the salvos and deadlock grab net.
But here comes the execution from Liquid. Donatello catching eye of 2 targets before refracting out. Still, they want to keep going on this, push it forward, thread the needle. But beyond the smoke, Frankfurt have it covered. A much better beginning to this map than it was on Sunset. You're already seeing how they're trying to set this comp up as much as possible with the utility damage, the Teho and the Deadlock paired at the hip. Such a strong combination pre-nerf, and that's the thing with it now, because it's no longer a signature ability, those rockets on the initiator. You've got to be pretty sparing with where you choose to invest them. Those timings are so important, whereas they aren't so much on the Deadlock.
And I wonder how long it will take for Bacon to introduce himself and begin to speak about how he wants his team to interact with those cycles, right, and try and bait out the utility. Because already we're starting to see a little idea of that in terms of using GSR's TP and Donatello's Refract coming back. It was just the burst out from the main that really hampered Liquid Academy.
Yeah. And while Liquid have these two duelists, which are great for closing the gap nice and quickly, Masashi has built a very early annihilation. So if Liquid do want to gear shift and change the tempo a little bit, it's going to be difficult to go ahead and brute force a site. I mean, we already knew that, but it's only become stronger now with the availability of the ultimate into this round. Splitting the pin. Rifles and one sheriff reflect what isn't the best economy for the attack.
This is John already caught out. Uzuri trying to help him. But nothing in terms of direct gunfights, and Liquid Academy win out the main fight. Nothing in terms of actual numbers, concrete, but it's the map space that's the big objective for the attack. I'll give a problem.
GSR taking the orb now has the Euro ult as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say the defense will need to either re-clear it or respect that space, and it seems to be the latter.
Who's next?
It's also the expectation that with Deadlock towards A and the Vice B, that's what you're looking to do. Hold from the sites as much as possible.
I'm back.
GSR doesn't get too much coverage in his ult in the end. Just wants to cross and make sure there's fair water between the sites as Liquid are now building bridges towards this A execute.
And there's an ultimate being prepared by Musashi to flush players out of shot. Still hasn't opted for it yet, but time's starting to get low, and that's going to be the big divider, as well as the weapons that are much better in the hands of Frankfurt at this moment in time. The kills going their way. It seems as if Rex is going to be late to re-clear through shot. That door needing to be broken. This is Sean completely in no man's land, and it goes to a 2-on-2. Liquid Academy still looking to try and play aggressive and equal things out, but Cooper forced to commit to the spike.
There's a fake TP as well from Felix, so he's missed his timing. A 1 versus 1 with Cupid buried in hell, the clutch king of Liquid.
And with only
sitting on his throne.
5 bullets in the chamber, doesn't want to reload. That will give away his position. Felix drops the smoke, and well, Cooper's heard the steps. He knows that the player's down on the same level as him. Waiting to enter the smoke, does so, but it's like two ships in the night. They've completely missed each other, and it's Felix instead who comes out on top. It was clutch after clutch for Liquid Academy on the last map, but it seems as if Frankfurt have got their footing and they're flying onto the 4th.
Yeah, change of fortune for Frankfurt as the Padawan becomes the master. Felix, a former SK player with Cupid, of course. His in-game leader for the second split of last year. But just catches the timing here on the way out of the smoke. Cupid unlucky not to find anything, and as we hypothesized, it's an early timeout from Bacon. We've not been lucky enough to be graced with his reaction cams, unfortunately. It's a different production partner for this event, but we know exactly what he's going through right now.
Yeah, that we do. And he will have ideas of how to deal with Frankfurt, because at this moment in time, it feels like it's the exact same problem, but it's Liquid Academy having it this time. You think towards the last map, when the execs came through, Frankfurt were missing key pieces, Liquid Academy being able to flood out and overwhelm that defense now, or that attack, sorry. Now it's the complete same thing, but these double senties, they seem to be able to stall out, and Liquid Academy are, as we said, for the same as Frankfurt in the last map, a little bit underwhelming when they're getting towards these site execs.
Now we wait.
And in terms of the macro, they've been playing it as a pack a lot of the time, 4 or 5 players in one area, not really relying on any sort of lurks. And there's been a bit of a metagame building in B main with GSR investing the fake out to trap the Vice wall. You saw in the previous round, John was playing in front to break it. So it can force a little bit more of an overinvestment, as this time Liquid on the low buy are looking to attack market into 3 Frankfurt players.
Yeah, as they do it.
It's 3 Frankfurt names in the feed, okay.
It's as simple as that, mate. And well, Rex gives away his position. Good for a Sheriff, but this will only really be damage. We're not expecting him to win the round. And overall, I think that this is just off the back of Team Liquid Academy being able to identify a weakness through market in the one round that they won. I said Rex's Sheriff was good, but it's not that good, right?
Well, what you said was we weren't expecting him to deliver us a round, but the closest route to the spike is the weaker of the 2. It's only Felix there watching it, but it has to be all headshots.
Oh, but
Rex has already given us a couple. This angle to clear from Felix is a little too difficult to find, though. I just opt to save the Phantom from this position with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, it'll give a little bit of bolster to the economy of Liquid Academy, but Rex still exploring, seeing if there's anything else that he can find. If he can get another head, this is going to make the economy of Frankfurt a little bit worrying, because they're still not completely out the woods being on the defence.
Yeah. Rex is, though, he's called it a day. There will be no further fights taken from him. Had he left himself a little bit more time, it's in the realms of possibility, honestly. This guy consistently tries to find a way to do the impossible. And yeah, with Liquid still just on the one round, they'll come into the next rifle with a renewed sense of confidence. They've got plenty of ults to fall back on. But still some tools for Frankfurt. I'm thinking about the Annihilation on Leosin. I got that mixed up. It was the Armageddon from Musashi. Damn alt names. You know, Bacon doesn't swear by them. Yeah, no. We had the Waylay before the Hinder. He was calling it like the Glorp or something.
Oh, not this part again. But
yeah, no, we're skip over that.
What's most interesting about this round so far is the fact that Musashi's brought out the Odin. We've already seen that spam coming through, a little bit of chip damage, but more so for me, Cupid decided to go, well, no shields whatsoever, right? Glass rifle, but giving GSR an operator. And as they slowly approach the weaker of the 2 sides, they'll get rid of that tail that's been a real pain in the side for Team Liquid Academy.
Completely opens up the short space and forces Azuri to drop back. Reaction from Frankfurt coming in to clear out B main later into the round. Haven't seen Liquid here all too often. There's a Vice wall to cover their back.
It'll be GSR first up to react to that information, but with that Vice wall being activated and a clone being used through market, it's red herrings all over the map and straight into an execute on A. Liquid go.
Yeah, they want to escalate things now. Having seen that wall go off, Azuri. Oh, we're all blind apparently. Colorblind, that is, as it's a trade coming through with Cupid sat top of Gen, needs to get the plant in. John quick to respond with the blades drawn. And as soon as the spike goes in, oh, it's a shot from the heavens! Ninja delivering one back for Liquid, but still, Frankfurt in a position of strength, and with him caught in the web. The round is over with. A secured 6th for SGE.
And it's the post plan once again that fails for Liquid Academy. The execute working, spike getting down. But overall, leaving a lot to be desired. They didn't know what positions they wanted to set themselves in. A nice entry from GSR. But it's when we get to this position here, when it's the interaction with the deadlock utility, that Team Liquid Academy find themselves at disadvantage.
Listening.
It's one of the great things about these Sentinels that Frankfurt have is that their utility is not range limited, it's global, so they don't have to be the ones on site. It can be Felix on the Omen, it can be John, it can be Musashi, any number of them to play off of it. We're seeing a little bit more of that here. 3 grouped up on A as Liquid are getting ready to go. Leosin just playing with the devil on this net timing right now.
Well, finally it does come through, but Leosin, oh, can't quite get the second. GSR still alive somehow, and we settle in a 3 versus 3. Liquid Academy didn't get the site, but what they did get was rid of the deadlock, so they can re-hit back into A if they want to later.
Cooper is going to fake the from the shadows. Musashi just spotting out mid. It's a rotation from Frankfurt. They're really falling for this hook, line, and sinker, thinking it's the B site. And that in this 3-on-3, Liquid would be looking for a fight. The spike plant postponed, but it's quite the opposite. The A under siege, and now into post we go.
There's 2 players approaching, sorry, make that 3 from short. It's just then that the door got broken, but an op on the line and towards site.
John looking for it. It's Musashi to open things up instead. Double from Musashi and now onto Cupid. A clutch to be claimed, but it's just not there for him. Hanging in the balance as Frankfurt will snatch it for themselves. They're 7th now as their advantage continues to build.
And I think for me, right now, the big thing for Liquid Academy, if you're a fan of the team and hoping that they'll be able to make a comeback, is they need at least 3 rounds, right? They need 2 more to give themselves a lifeline in the next, because as we've already seen in the last map, the Frankfurt attack can leave a lot to be desired, and one where you have a double sentinel that sometimes could be a bit lackluster. So I think that's the saving grace for this Academy side. But we need to see it in the next 4 rounds, or this could be a very quickly won map.
Absolutely. John's still on the prowl with this op, but Rex giving him the time of day. The wall continuing to be adjusted from Azuri even further back now as he'll slot into market. Musashi to play him in, but Donatello over the head, hit by the hammer. Azuri doing his job, but Liquid retaliating, finding numbers for themselves in this position.
And they're fancying sending ultimates in. GSR looking to clear out the site, and on top of that, the great equaliser of the Steel Garden. A little bit messy, and at least this is Sean still alive. The operator, though, doesn't hit when it needs to. And while Leosin, left all alone, dies, Cooper identifying the last player. And while the chaos settles, Felix has a chance on it to deny the spike.
Yeah, this is really awkward. Felix walking into main, finds his first. Oh, but Rex, quick off the mark. A thrifty in the end from Liquid, exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, that was a weird round, let's be honest. The chaos, not exactly what you expected, but the ultimates that were sent forward from Liquid is what ultimately probably gets them over the line, clearing out the site. Although Felix having an opportunity to clutch here is absolutely incredible. And Liquid 1 away from what we talked about, right? Getting themselves that lifeline of 3. At the bare minimum.
Liquid, they're doing a very good job at finding their opening there. Has to always be a focus, especially on a map like Ascent. Not just converting your advantages, but gaining them in the first place. It's been a difficult affair up until this point. But from the Frankfurt perspective, with them building towards Ascension, of course, you still have to give credit to how they've started. They would be very frustrated if Liquid were to find a few more here, and with not too much cash left in pocket. Have a decision to make. This is a really, really difficult smoke to deal with.
And it is. The off from This Is John, going to re-clear, all alone, gets nearly 2! That was a headshot through the wall, but Cupid returns one back. And with that being said, it seems if the eyes have been set on B. A quick exit to come in to the Vice utility, into the Vice setup. But Team Liquid Academy are still slow rolling it.
30 seconds
Yeah, and Musashi has the ult here as well. This is huge.
Well, it's already been committed. The player's out. Musashi, he wasn't looking the right way. Still got one. And the trade's looking good. So with that being said, Liquid Academy, with time and a chance to set up in post, where they've been lackluster in previous rounds.
Yeah, Rex has both Thorns and the Flash to use here. Frankfurt on the defensive, waiting to receive. Liquid Academy getting aggressive in positioning.
Yeah, and well, look at this. Frankfurt have approached from 2 different angles, which has allowed it to be 1 versus 1s. But Team Liquid Academy will happily take 3 rounds is what we said needs to be the bare minimum for Liquid Academy. They have got it, and they've still got 2 rounds more to play.
Yeah, this tournament for Liquid Academy is just all about showing what they can do in an official environment before the end of the year. It's always been a case of getting as many reps as possible. Cupid was happy to start with the Swiss stages in the previous, or the first stage of the year, I should say, and yeah, coming from the second into the third, just giving them the maximum amount of time to climatize. Frankfurt, on the other hand, while they've done a good job to get things kicked off here, the rifle rounds have very quickly shifted towards Liquid, and in terms of what they're doing correctly, it's punishing some of these Frankfurt overextensions, getting their picks in.
This has been probably one of the slowest in terms of the utility, in terms of the engagements. Frankfurt being much more respectful. Sheriff's scared of taking engagements versus Academy, and at the same time, they are hoping that they don't get caught off guard. It seems as if there's been a decision made in terms of Frankfurt wanting to try and be aggressive in B main, but at the same time, Liquid Academy are going to hit in towards A.
And they're already here on Leosin's doorstep. He's going to hit a nice first shot, but now stuck back Gen, work is cut out for him. Donatello closing the gap efficiently, and this is where you're seeing a slight issue with Frankfurt's game plan. In terms of the information tools, we've not seen all too much from Azuri's Flash. It's been quite passive on site. The mesh from Leosin as well, not often getting thrown. He dies with it in his pocket there. And yeah, in terms of the drone usage from Musashi, a bit reserved. So that one catches them a little bit blindsided, and well, still opportunity here for John.
I mean, but it needs to be clean, right? It has to be as clean as it possibly could be to play in Felix. But again, as we said about Team Liquid Academy's positioning, it has been poor in previous rounds, but this round they're giving nothing away. The barrel's seen. Cupid gets one, but traded out. And then a 2 versus 1, a crossfire created. Ninja in the corner of hell, not supported by Rex at all. There's a chance there for Felix, but it's snatched away. The thrifty round almost converted. But Team Liquid Academy continue on.
Who needs something?
They do, and with 4 rounds under their belt, things starting to look better and better for them. Frankfurt cannot afford to fall away. If they lose this map and go down 2-0 in their first series in Challengers EMEA in the 3-team group,
into the unknown,
then that might just be it. That might just be a curtain call immediately, because when you think of the tiebreakers, you're talking map differential, all the rest. You're just not going to have anything going for you here. Explosive start from Liquid, but stalled out by the util.
Yeah, explosive start, but it peters out very quickly. From Felix's spray and his own smoke. Completely surprises Team Liquid Academy. And the spike now on the ground.
A gut punch, perhaps, taking the wind out of them here. Late, but Liquid. A lunge of their own in response. The extension from Frankfurt punished once more. And in this 3 versus 2, they've got the info to just hamper down Musashi. It's a 2-on-2.
And well, you look at Ninja being a lot more reserved. Donatello tries to refract out. Ninja worried about a flank, and Frankfurt worried about the round. It's 8-4, the distance that we get. And will Liquid Academy be able to make that back on the next half? That's the question that we have, considering Frankfurt's poor attack on Sunset. They'll have a lot to fix heading into this next half. But we'll see that after the break.
And
well, the defence was a much better showing for Frankfurt on the second map, but as for map 1, it was 12 rounds of depression, I guess, on the attack. They'll need to show us something different on this second map of Ascent, or Team Liquid Academy will be allowed back into this series.
Ever the optimist, aren't you, Cairo? But I have to agree here, Liquid only going to pile on the pain. Mid-fight taken, mid-fight won. 3 versus 2 as it stands. Frankfurt's still in this with numbers, but that's where Liquid call it quits. They back up and show some of that discipline, which maybe you wouldn't have seen from them a couple splits ago.
Yeah, I mean, you said about Ever the Optimist. I was looking for Frankfurt to give me some sort of convincing argument as to why they would go on to this attack and show us what they're made of, but already mistakes are being made left, right and centre, and Team Liquid Academy win that pistol.
I was just about to say, Felix has probably been one of the more impressive players on the Frankfurt side so far this map. He gets caught looking for a smoke. But it's a nice call from Liquid. They're expecting Frankfurt to be defaulting quite a lot with this comp, not looking for all-in sends all too early. So mid is a good option, and immediately with the better guns, you can expect this gap to reduce to 2.
This is what we were talking about on the first half, about in terms of Liquid being able to find lifelines and being able to go forward. So far it seems like priority, set in mid, second time they've done it, identifying Azuri, who is the lone player and needs to be careful about their positioning.
Yeah. It was a nice move from Donatello, and one thing I can say about him already is that someone who usually had a very heavy first death cost with high mechanical ability, he looks a lot better here. Someone who sort of round by round can be almost a different player. Consistency's always been the biggest struggle. If he leaves himself in positions to be traded or alive late round, it's going to do loads for Liquid's chances, and you've already seen that here. Ready for this B push with the Vice setup.
And plenty of pistols heard off the back of that intel dart. That's going to allow for the rifles that Team Liquid Academy do have to just fire on down. Players not able to even really get out of the smoke, and now Musashi, it's that same problem we've seen once again. He's left all on his own, and with Liquid players bearing on down, he's trying to at least get one. He won't be allowed it, and that will be exactly what we thought. A flawless round, to be fair, but that gap reduced to 2.
Yeah, every player on Liquid needing to repurchase the armor, so no easy upgrades for them, but still keeping the weapons, making the bonus look pretty damn healthy with 3 rifles. And I have to say, since that timeout, Liquid have looked the better team. Speak so much of pressure perhaps getting to players on the Frankfurt side. That was the story of John's time on Focus, finally overcoming his demon by winning against them on LAN. But these Challengers EMEA tournaments are a different beast. Liquid looking mid at the start, but now all eyes on B.
There is all 5 players alive for both sides, and you look at the Vise of Azuri to come back in late. I mean, still players stuck in main, so that when that spike goes down on site, it's looking a lot more weaker than you would probably think.
The positive for Frankfurt is they have a stockpile of utility though from both Sentinels that can stop Liquid in their tracks. The mesh has been broken though, and as you say, main under threat.
And on top of that, it's Cooper to potentially TP by the Vice wall, instead just runs through and gets Musashi, the tail utility, offline, and even gets Azuri as well. Everything is falling apart. The house of cards for Frankfurt gets blown over by Team Liquid Academy. Another flawless round, back to back, and another bonus converted for the defense.
So Liquid Academy will have
Don't stop fighting.
their
You
group
must keep
stage
going,
berth
even if you're the only one.
with a strong start to this second half. The second youngest team coming into the event, only 27 days older on average than their Turkish counterpart Ulf, another second place team in the tournament. But looking like they were born for matches like this. We know that they went out in stage 1 against a DAC team, but versus Frankfurt, the one who fell to Focus all those many moons ago, they won't make the same mistake twice. Immediately pushed to a low buy.
And trying to be quick on this execute as well, but there is delay through the Vice, and Team Liquid Academy looking to get themselves into position for what looked like a fast flood, but instead taking a moment to collect all their bodies, and here we go.
Spike planted.
And Frankfurt's so direct in their execution. Nothing alike to what we saw from them on Sunset, but it has achieved a 5v5 in post. Those numbers will be fleeting though. Liquid arrive on the scene and clean it up as quickly as the crime was committed. 8-all. The lead sanded off for Frankfurt as we've reached a tied game in round 16.
Yeah, that's a third flawless round for Liquid Academy. And yeah, I think as well, like to take like a wider approach, a much bigger look at how the region strength has looked. It's like always been Turkey on top, right? Especially after our first split, we saw the Eternal Fire roster and BBL Pacific reaching that final. But for the most part, I think as well, like that DAC as a region haven't shown us the strengths that maybe they have in the past, right? We were all expecting Focus to be that team this year to kick on from the mistakes and the poor performance of last year. But it looks like there's a chance that they couldn't make Ascension in the most important split of the year.
Yeah, the biggest thing for Frankfurt is that it's another huge organization, obviously the football club behind it, coming into DAC, which has really strengthened the region, meaning that you've got about 4 strong top teams in them, CGN, Mouse and Focus. But where they do have competition, I think sometimes, like you say, that there is a slight lack of depth there. Whereas Northeast, it is incredibly volatile, I think, and honestly the Eastern teams have made the North teams look pretty weak by comparison. It's such a trial to get out of those Swiss stages, you know? It really forces you to work on those fundamentals as much as possible. And you play so many different teams in the process. This Liquid roster has been built out of such tribulations. And, you know, even with all of the backing that Frankfurt have, it's a long-term project and one which maybe needs a little bit more time.
GSR already finds the entry. This is the rifle round for Frankfurt, and they feel as if the direct approach is one where they can find success, but this is John, needs to try and get rid of Rex. A 1 versus 1 that could open up the site, but instead elsewhere, Team Liquid Academy make their approach and have got another pick for themselves. Spike on site, but it's 3 versus 4 advantage to Liquid Academy. In fact, I don't even think they're going to be able to get that spike down. It's Liquid Academy are trying to make Frankfurt not have any settlement in this round, and the utility has been absolutely spot on. Advantage defense.
It's a fantastically played round from Liquid Academy as well, because you have to say that the biggest focus against this kind of comp has to be stop them getting into post-plant. And so as soon as GSR gets the early advantage, it's all about flooding back in with the ultimates as quickly as possible. You had the Hunter's Fury to stop the plant from coming in, and then that hinder stops any movement for Azuri off the back of the Yoru ult. Odin in play. I'm looking towards Link. Some early spam from Cupid, but no return.
And Frankfurt again, grouping up as 5. Still trying to brute force their way through this. Liquid Academy, they're doing what they do always. They don't move because Frankfurt haven't given them any reason to.
You're always expecting to find Frankfurt as a group as well, and one advantage they will have in this round is the ultimates. Liquid spent a few in the previous just to confirm that it would be a low buy for the attack here, and as they surge into the site, it's John that has slid all the way around the back, but the rest of the team's nowhere to be seen. They haven't breached the choke point. So Cupid will mow them down with the Odin. Shots, John needs 2 more, but can't claim it, so double digits Liquid.
That was unbelievable from John, but 1 player is not enough against the 5 of Liquid Academy, who not only had back-to-back flawless rounds, but have had a flawless half so far, and another timeout coming through. I don't know, it seems as if Frankfurt are in turmoil at the moment.
It's the first time we've seen a fully German national roster in one of these inter-regional events in all the years that DAC have been here. And I have to say that Sebe now, as someone who left CGN when it started to become an international roster, he's always pushed for these German teams to do well. Backed by Max Brömel at Eintracht, their sort of sporting director. They are, in my eyes, an example of a football club moving into esports doing it right. They boot camped effectively, they've always been there as a team, and that's the kind of morale booster that I think you need right now, because we've just seen what John can do when he's performing at his full capability. He's a confidence player, the kind of guy that you'd heard in rumors to be dunking on VCT teams in scrims when he's feeling himself. But then in officials, if you're not seeing that same kind of confidence, you're not going to get the same performance. Can they bring that now to a rifle round where everyone has the tools at their disposal?
Seems as if what they're doing right now for Frankfurt is using the salvos to earmark the space, right? Combined by the Razor Vines. Seems very quickly trying to hit in towards B. The spam not quite working out. But Liquid Academy doing a decent bit of chip damage so far.
Yeah, John's had his health shaved off in the process, has created the space for the rest of his team.
Spike planted.
And look at all that utility that's gone down off the back of it.
Yeah, Liquid don't really have all too much left here to use. I would favour Frankfurt, especially when they still have the combo of the salvos and net.
Yeah, well, that jet that took a lot of damage is already gone. And so has the wall of the deadlock. The Liquid Academy are queuing up to try and get back into the site, but the delay is 1-2 for Frankfurt here through the double sentinels. And now it's just Donatello all alone.
Last player standing.
Up against 3. A player who we know can't do it, but with the time going against him, it's just all about damage. He's only able to get 1 more, so back within 1 between these 2, but that's a big loss.
Yeah, and it's also a strong opening to the round from Frankfurt. You see this combo that I was talking about? The only reason they have that is because they held on to it purposefully. Liquid Academy understanding that if Frankfurt are dumping all of their utility, then the post plant's not going to look as strong. Frankfurt make the conscious decision to keep some of it and then respond when Liquid Academy do give away the space. So round on round, these adaptations coming through as we expect. Now the defense want to fight for the space a little more proactively.
Yeah, that they are. Donatello, lovely double kill. The flick onto the second is exactly what was needed, and it's put Liquid Academy in the perfect spot, respecting what you thought was respect. The players trying to get out of main after the ultimate, but Ninja's the next one in, and it's looking like it will be 11 for TLA.
Oh, okay. Liquid have to be a little careful here. It's a 3 versus 1, 2 of those players main, but can't give away too many more to Azuri.
No, you cannot, but 10 bullets in the chamber, and well, there won't be much left after that because the rifle is on the ground, and Liquid Academy are 2 away from finishing out this series.
I've got to give a lot of credit to both teams, honestly, in terms of the level that we've been shown here, not just in the mechanics, but the mental game, how they've been setting up. That was vintage Donatello with the transfer, but yeah, for Liquid to just fight on the front foot in this following round after what happened in the previous, it's really nicely set up to stop Frankfurt, keeping their utility in post, expecting the quick push. Musashi is isolated from the rest of his team on this eco. They're looking to make the A push happen.
Still, though, the Vice Wall will immediately turn Liquid's focus towards the site, and remember, it is just John with a classic. Azuri's Sheriff, though, at least get something, and Cooper's trying to deny that rifle that Azuri just picked up.
Deadlock barrier broken in heaven, just buying a little bit more time. Sensor as well. There is utility behind this Frankfurt post plant.
That there is, and there's also Musashi, who's found a little space through the middle of the map. He could easily get themselves into a decent post. Remember, it's only pistols that these players have, so this ultimate isn't really well invested. Felix getting Cooper, and Musashi in towards heaven. His utility most important for denying players on the spike. And Musashi and Leosin now solo. Liquid Academy know they have the advantage when it comes to the gunfights. And it's not worked out, not at all.
Time.
GSR wins out in the engagement. They won it on the spike defuse.
Yeah. Liquid Academy won it on time. The ult was preemptively invested from Musashi before the tap to make sure that Leosin had a little more safety post throwing his net out. But it's off. It's not played to the clock correctly from Frankfurt, so Liquid given the tiniest of windows, and they win it.
So that's it. You give Liquid Academy an inch, they will go on to take a mile. And now you look at this round, and what is the most important round for Frankfurt and their Challengers EMEA campaign, because it could all be done after this. And Liquid Academy have ultimates that could come online and are online to be the difference.
GSR will start by testing the limits at the very least, but Frankfurt are feeling the pressure.
Right here.
A 2-0 loss to Liquid would be their campaign all but settled. That's the harsh reality of this format, of being put in a 3-team group. God forbid you're mandatory and have to play both Enterprise and BBL Pacific, but we'll talk about that one a little bit later. For now, Frankfurt have got 3 rounds to overcome. Already investing some early utility. Liquid Academy have broken that B wall and started to strong side their A hold. 2 players entrenched, but you've got the contact flash from GSR and Donatello on a very aggressive line.
Cooper still with a paranoia in hand as well, but Leosin's very quick. The flash good, but still Frankfurt coming out on top
Spike down
and
A.
keep themselves on top. Sure, the spike drop, but Azuri through the middle of the map gets another. And now Rex in a 1 versus 3.
Spike planted.
Chase Azuri to the corner under Arch. The German player will be looking to buy as much time as he possibly can. It's a cheeky angle taken by Rex to stop the flash from catching him in the face. And Felix surely not going to offer this one up. No, just ushering him out of there.
Yeah, that was a little bit worrying. There is a flash for Rex to work with. The arc grows, but it's the time that he doesn't. And he's trying to keep the players interested, still on the site. Yeah. So maybe 1 or 2 dives to the spike, but it won't happen. We will be back within 2 between these 2 teams. It'll make the end to this map very interesting. The only thing that I will note, as I said about those ultimates that could come online, well, they have. So this next round gets a little bit more worrying if you are a Frankfurt fan and what you know that they have to try and get through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Frankfurt no stranger to comebacks. They won against Focus from 6-11 down to qualify for this event on the decider. That was Corrode, and of course we've got that coming up. If Liquid fail to seal it here, but at a critical stage in the game they have responded. At a critical stage in the game, Liquid nearly have a monopoly on ultimates.
Yeah, and they're looking to send it forward, aggressive in towards the ticket booth. But look at all the players of Frankfurt. They're all the way back in the spawn, scared, but no way.
Oh,
Felix!
what?
Oh, no! He TP'd in behind him! Got a triple for it, and it's opened up the B site!
The back door opens up, and now it's Cupid. He has to stop this as the last line of defense, or we're going to the final round of regulation, and he's been overlooked. He's going to get 2 here, Cairo.
Oh, no! And he has done, but he's played in Rex now. A 1 versus 3. Oh,
and he's not going to give it a go. That's it. 24 rounds on the table.
Throwing in the white tilt. A grand finish for our second map queued up, a potential overtime or a 1-round play out for Team Liquid Academy, and these still have ultimates to send forward, and 2 that are synergistic in sense in terms of the fact that we have the Dimensional Drift on GSR as well as the Hunter's Fury on Ninja, who, let's be honest, has been pretty good with his Hunter's Fury in the past couple of maps.
Yeah. That's the question for Liquid now. That's what it's going to come down to. Do you want to make another aggressive play at the start of the round, or are you playing for a set retake? It's these set pieces that they were commended on. This was a crazy play from Felix, but ultimately the one which wins it for them. Cupid can't outdo his efforts, as John is quick enough on the trade. Timeout called, but yeah, in terms of the theory though, I have to say, I think it's very much cut and paste from the VCT roster. We see them a lot of the time go for these aggressive tiles plays. They did it a lot against Fnatic. We saw it against the other teams as well. It's what they can do to you.
Yeah, and while Liquid haven't been the organisation to really capitalise on the success of the Academy roster, I think at the same time though you've got to be thinking about like how they set things up, right? They almost use it, create the same system that the parent, I guess, team does, right? They're the one that's in tier 1, and play off the back of that. That's why we're seeing such heavy double duelists, why we're seeing these roles being used, because if needed, if one of the players were to fall ill or whatever, they would be able to cut and paste with some of the players that are available to go and play in tier 1.
Yeah, I suppose so. So pending visa issues or whatever. I don't know if Harmy's the one that comes in as the content creator there or not, but he was a few years ago. But final round here though, Liquid Academy with some concessions made. No early reaction forced onto Frankfurt this time. And my commendations go out to them for the quick thinking, especially Felix, to go for that ult play, because these are the positions that Liquid are going to put you in. They are going to create as much stress as possible, force you to do something uncomfortable, which is often hit into the Vice setup of Rex as it was in the previous round.
And this round, they've got Donatello on an early line in A main, so they've got all the information that they need, and it's being double supported by GSR. The Hunter's Fury being used, but nothing really in terms of kills until that last bolt. So that's his Yuri gone. This is John, he has no dash. So that's
look at Donatello! He's already out top mid behind them. This could be the dagger in the back which seals it.
Big play from Donatello, and Frankfurt haven't cleared them. Dashes out, 2 players to the good already for the Academy side, and Cooper under more pressure himself. He's able to survive just a moment longer, but it doesn't work out. And now it's on to the side where nobody clears logs. GSR gets one of his own, and the rest of the players of Team Liquid Academy know exactly where the remaining jet is. And with 20 seconds remaining and no dash, John needs to sprint his way to the A site.
Currently at the apex of his competitive career. First inter-regional competition. First huge moment for John in what could settle Frankfurt's fate. The 1v3.
Well, he's got 2 players to try and contend with. 1 in tree, 1 in short, and it's just too much. Team Liquid Academy look to rectify mistakes of that split 1 Challengers EMEA performance. They've got rid of their DAC opponents, and another one awaits in their next match. But an incredible debut and for the first match of Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, it's a win for the Academy in our Group B opener. Frankfurt falling at the first hurdle of their European excursion, Cairo. And look, I have to say, I think that Liquid did look very prepared for this. Coming into the playoff bracket with Bacon and Cooper at the helm, that's what you're expecting from them. Masashi on the other side in his debut year as an in-game leader, it is someone so capable, molded from playing under Brody in that run with Ascent in 2023. You know that he's always so capable. Even think back to his time on Big under the guidance of Gob B, a German legend within the scene. Yet still, yeah, it did feel like there was a bit of a gap in terms of experience also as well, when you consider that for a lot of these players on Frankfurt, this is their first foray into this level of competition between regions, and it's not going to get any easier for them. The Spanish champions, their next fixture, if they're to have any hopes of moving forward into Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, a club that's known for being in Europe and performing in inter-league competitions in football, they haven't been able to do it in an inter-regional one. But we'll leave it to the devs to try and break down that game as we get ready for match number 2 as well.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, this was very much a interesting match. I'm glad that Frankfurt got themselves a more, you know, a fight back, right? They may live to relish the fact that they did manage to get that many rounds in this. It's about as good of a second map in a 2-0 series as you could hope for. Obviously, it leaves them only with 12 rounds over the course of the whole series, which, you know, obviously it's not a great place to be, but it's not the worst place to be either.
No, it definitely could have been worse. It was a very good start from Frankfurt. The comp changes did them a lot of favors. The Teo came in, got 3 kills in the first 3 rounds, so like really good adaptation. Liquid obviously struggled to adapt at the start. It's a different style of play that you need to play against. They did struggle, and they started well. They did some nice rounds. They began to work it out a little bit more, like how they want to approach it and how to, you know, get better at things. But the gamble from Frankfurt to go double Sentinel just didn't pay off in the end. Unfortunately, I like the idea, but Liquid had too much for them.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. And I think Liquid will be very, very happy that they managed to take that one away without overtime or anything like that. Obviously, I think they would have liked to get it done quicker, but starting on the attacking side for them, it's never their strongest side. They just had to hold on until they got to the second half, and unfortunately, they just didn't get enough rounds in that first half to really give themselves a really good chance of taking that one away, but they did what they needed to do. But we've got a new exciting segment. I would usually be doing the interview here, but we've got a nice sideline reporter to help us with that duty. So Affinity, please take it away.
Hello, thank you so much, and I'm joined by the one and only Cooper. First of all, congratulations. Second, can you tell me a little bit, how is the team feeling right now off the back of the first victory of the stage?
We're feeling good. We had a lot of fun. It was a fun game. That's about
I'm so glad to hear that. But you guys looked, especially on map 1, so endlessly confident. Was that something you came into the game with, or did it just build and build as you kind of got more and more rounds amassed consecutively?
Recently, like a few days ago, we kind of went back and looked at like what worked well for us and what didn't. Why we lost some games like against EP, why we got demolished against EP, while like 2 weeks before that, our game against EP was like 13-11, 13-10 or something like that. So we were like, what happened? What was this big difference? And like we found those things, we improved on those things, and for the next few days, we focused on playing as a team, focus on specific things that I felt like that's good for us. Right now, it's not about us improving the players, because sometimes as an academy team, we were focused on like making sure the players are tier 1 ready as much as possible, hopefully, or like ready to go into a bigger tier 2 team. So this season though, like right now, we're focused on winning. So the focus shifted a little bit for the last couple of weeks, and we locked in on some things of like trying to play to win in specific ways, basically. It's why we started strong, and it's why we ended strong the first map.
Well, that's always great to hear, and you've been looking so strong as well. Now, we didn't actually get to see much of Sunset from you during, you know, the Northeast stage, and then suddenly you come out of nowhere and you pull out this 13-1 against, you know, Frankfurt of all teams. Is this been a map that you guys have really focused on since the end of the season, or has it always been in the back pocket? You've just kind of been hiding it as a trump card?
Personally, I don't feel like we have a bad map right now. Like legit, I honestly don't feel like we have a bad map. What was happening in our league was nobody was playing Sunset that much except like 2 teams, and they were like, it was their best map. So against those teams we banned it. We were ready for the smoke for anybody else, but we just banned it against like 2 teams because it was their best map. I think we have the same rule on all our maps. I feel like I do feel very confident in all of them. We're not hiding anything, nothing is in our back pocket. It's just the fact that like in our league everybody played Lotus. I think half of our games were Lotus for some reason, so we had a bunch of Lotus merchants, and it kept getting picked against us, and it's that's the only map that looks rough for us, but I don't think that map is bad for us either. I'm very excited for somebody to pull it out.
Yeah, it makes you so dangerous to play against when you've got such a strong composition across the veto. Now, the composition that they chose to field against you guys for Ascent seemed really perfectly chosen to try and counter you guys. Was this something you maybe accounted for, or how did you find adapting to play against their team comp on Ascent, sorry?
Ancient, we're going back to CS. Alright, it's all good. I mean, look, when we came into it, we were in a little bit of shock. I even had to type in all chat. I asked who cooked. They cooked. That was a good half. I mean, look, it's hard. I feel like there is team comps in this game, like a lot of Liquid comps, a lot of old Karmic Corp comps, where like they're really good in the first 2 times you face them. You are praying to win. And it was one of those comps. Like they cooked on it. It was really hard to figure it out. I feel like we could have won more rounds if we were shooting a little bit better on attack. We tried different things. We tried to play fast to keep our playstyle. We tried to play slow to change it up a little bit and hopefully get some picks. Somehow we got 4 rounds. It's all I asked for. I told my team, give me 4 rounds. Defense will be easy. I feel like defense should have been flawless. We messed up a little bit towards the end. We thought they're going to adapt and they didn't, which is something that I found myself struggling in tier 2 a lot, where like I expect more adaptations. Like, okay, they're done around, they lost it 4 times. I expect them to change something and they don't. So it's something that I've been struggling with, and I feel like that's why our defense in the end got close. But it's a really good comp. First time playing against it, like I couldn't be focused on my individual level because of it. I'm not gonna lie. It took a lot of brain power for me, but honestly it was the kids who pulled through. GSR, Ninja, Rex, all of them, Donatello as well, like all of them had very good ideas how to play against it, and we took it step by step and we did a decent job on attack.
You heard it here first. 4 rounds is all they need to be your undoing. Anyway, we will let you go and celebrate with your team. Get ready for your next game, which will be in a couple of days' time. Thank you so much for joining us, Cooper, and have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
Now, with that, we are going to head over to our desk to continue and pick all of this up, and we will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Affinity. Of course, that was Cupid there, the Spectre Stunner, as it were. I mentioned, I think maybe I got a little bit of flack from you for saying this during the game, that he seems to might just want to put down the rifles at a certain point. I've seen him get highlights with the Spectre. I've seen him get like 50 highlights with the Classic. I've seen him get highlights with the Judge. I mean, look, I'm not saying he's bad with rifles. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to get that many highlight plays with the other weapons, go ahead, just do it. Just be a Spectre player. I think back in the day, people were like, oh yeah, I'm a specialist pistol round player, so why not? Let's bring it back to 2020 here. But brilliant stuff there, obviously, from Team Liquid. I'm glad that they feel confident on every map, but let's see some rounds where they felt confident as well. So round 3, I believe you wanted to take a look at first.
Yeah, for me, this is one of the biggest things that I mentioned it in the pre-show, that you need to have a different approach when you play this double Sentinel comp on Ascent. And we see Team Liquid here, he's like I wouldn't say like a common adaptation, but here they're going for the B split, which is another good thing. Like having this mid control allows you to pivot around the map, right? Because you can't go directly into a double Sentinel because you're going to get blocked. You're going to lose that utility. It's not going to work out. So they go for a middle to give them different options. We're going to see the tail rockets coming in. The B main players here doing a fantastic job. Great discipline here. Not going out this smoke until the market players are ready. Come out here and we're going to see them realize there's 2 players backside. Now, for me, this is the perfect call here. 2 players backside. You're going to run into spawn and fight the rotator. Normally versus like a KO comp, the KO is going to flash in hand, but obviously in this situation, they catch the Vice. And this just allows them to have like a different look and a different avenue, right? You're not going to normally find Sentinel utility to block the CT spawn push, right? So instead of like having to deal with all this utility that's on the map, you're just going to completely avoid it, take fights and make it more of a scrappy game. This is the perfect type of erection for Team Liquid, and coming in so early, I had a much better faith that their attack side was going to be better, because then towards the other side, towards A, they were kind of struggling and weren't doing the same style of adaptations.
Yeah, well, the second half was obviously a completely different game. So let's take a look at round 20 as well, and you can talk me through that one too.
Yeah, this is due to Frankfurt's comp. They have a very weird comp with the double Sentinel. The executes are pretty good, but Donatello here using the Waylay perfectly, just out in the open and punishes the comp. Due to the lack of like real flashes that obviously have the Paranoid, the Vice Flash, but it's not the same as like a Yoru Flash. Donatello is here to able to rip them apart. And then due to Frankfurt's style of playing heavy 4-1, heavy 5s together, the early rotation comes in. We're able to have Ninja there in heaven to deny the smoke after Donatello gets to 2. And then this is the problem with like Ascent, right? It's 2025 and we're still trying to rush in Ascent once the original pack goes in and dies. Like, it's just not possible. It's just not how the map works. It's too hard of a situation unless like you slow it down, you reset. We didn't see that adaptation from Frankfurt, and again, that highlights their issue with the mid round, right? What do we do when things aren't working? And it seemed like their solution was, okay, we're just going to group up as 5 and go and kind of like hope for the best. I guess this is kind of what happens when, like, you know, the original game plan's not working. It's going to be hard. Like, it makes sense what they're doing with the comp, but you still have to play good Valorant. If you're lacking good Valorant, you're not moving people around the map, you're not creating question marks, as Sliggy, you know, is very famous for saying for. They're going to rotate and you're going to have a bad time, and that's what we saw from Frankfurt today.
Yeah, well, Team Liquid Academy will move forward with that win. Of course, in a three-team group, that is a very, very big win to have. Just one gets you more likely to get that first place and get out of the group stage. But our next game today is going to be BBL Pacific versus Mandatory. This is an absolutely massive game. Obviously, the stage 1 winners versus a team from France that has made waves in Challengers EMEA over the course of the year as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that one very shortly.
And
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look.
Welcome back everybody. To give you a quick update on what's been going off stream, in case you've been with us the whole time, the Koi Phoenix versus Twisted Minds game has come to a close, and it was in fact a 2-0 to Twisted Mind. Haven, the first map, was taken 13-9, an incredible clutch by Sigray to finish that map out, and then Lotus, their second map, 13-5, so very swift series all in all. We didn't get to see that bind decider, but that is going to be all of the news from off stream. Now back to the game at hand, and I'm going to pass you over to our wonderful Des.
Thank you so much, Affinity, once again. Twisted Minds getting started, obviously. Mena being injected into Challengers EMEA for Stage 3. Looks like they're making waves already, but back to present matters here. We got Mandatory versus BBL Pacific, two teams that are well known, obviously, within Challengers EMEA at this point after their forays out in the rest of the year. Obviously, BBL Pacific, the Stage 1 champions. I think right up until the grand finals of Stage 2 EMEA Challengers, we thought this team was going to be the team, right? The team that was going to be unbeaten throughout the whole of Challengers EMEA. Of course, it didn't work out for them in the grand finals, but Mandatory are up against them to start with today, and now they know that the gods can bleed.
Yeah, Mandatory is another one of those teams, kind of like an Enterprise type vibe, a lot of experience, a lot of players who've been there, done that. But my two favorite players, this might be my favorite team in Tier 2, just for having like Takaz and Kellogg's on a roster. That's like so fun, right? They're such flary, fun players to watch. They're very aggressive, very good duelists. So I think this is something where these two players can win and lose you rounds, and this is the perfect type of matchup, I think, when you're kind of the underdogs versus a team like BBL Pacific that can shine and really win you maps, win you rounds, and get the hype going. So I think this is going to be a great game today.
Yeah, of course, this is the Challengers 1 victors here, and by a long, long way as well. I mean, Turkey was by far and ahead the region that was above everybody else. The grand finals, obviously, between those two teams, so it is BBL Pacific. The team coming into this one, probably the favorites, have been the favorites in every matchup that they have played in Challengers EMEA so far. One upset, and that was in the grand finals, the biggest of stages in Stage 2, but they're still definitely on track to keep making waves here. And I mean, of course, they are absolutely have no worries when it comes to getting into Ascension, but still, they want to prove that even without the players that got them to those stages, they are still able to get those wins.
Yeah, the replacements that come in, especially Lovers Rock, I'm really impressed with. Individually, looks like a Tier 1 player already. Like, Turkey just breeds these amazing mechanical players, and it's like so fun to watch them. Like, it's so quick, it's so good. Of course, he plays a little bit of the jet. The Turkish jet is very well famous, and he does that role amazingly.
Yeah, well, into the map Vito here. Obviously, we forgot to mention earlier that Abyss is back in the map pool, so getting banned out this time. It's not relevant here, but for BBL Pacific, let's see what map they get us started on here. Obviously, this team has been good on everything. We are going to be seeing some Corrode finally. It was obviously the float last time around. The thing is, in Northeast, we really didn't see much Corrode unless it was Enterprise Esports or Team Liquid Academy playing it. I think we're going to be seeing quite a lot more of it moving into this Challengers stage.
Yeah, quite an interesting pick. Corrode, BBL Pacific normally like to pick the Haven, but they probably understand Mandatory is very, very good on Haven. So maybe not wanting to give them that for the first map, give them something a little bit different. They've not played it as much. But the Lotus coming in from Mandatory is very to be expected. That's going to be an interesting matchup. Their composition is quite good. The Cypher on Lotus, though, I'm not too convinced about. I think they really will struggle if they lose that A control, so that could be quite interesting. And actually, it looks like we get Sunset last. Haven banned out by Mandatory. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, this will be an interesting series as we get going. I'm just trying to now pull up all of the stats from all of the maps that we're seeing here with these teams. But obviously, I think Mandatory, like, it's hard to say that Mandatory are going to be an underdog, but coming into this one, obviously they are against BBL Pacific, and it is going to be an uphill battle, especially with BBL Pacific starting on their map pick. But I'm interested to see what they can bring on this one. I would like to see a really good series between these two.
Yeah, I think it could be a really good series. It's definitely some different maps than what we would have normally expected.
Yeah.
So I think this is something where Mandatory have probably that more experience. Obviously, some of those players back with Gentlemates. If we throw it back to Gentlemates versus Apex, where they threw out these crazy different comps, this could be something what we see today, where they're going to throw something out different. And again, as Cupid mentioned, there's certain comps in this game where you can run it once or twice and you essentially guarantee wins or guarantee a tough time for the opponents, because you're not going to experience it. You're not going to know how to play against this. And we're coming in here to the playoffs. This is the time to do it, right? They have Enzo, a well-renowned leader, loves an Odin, right? Even that is something different in itself. So especially on like the Lotus, how they're going to deal with the door spams, how they're going to deal with all this kind of stuff is going to be very, very annoying to play against. So I think it could be really nice.
Well, once again, make sure to show your support in chat with your hashtags, either MDR or BCF for your specific teams, whoever you think is going to win, or maybe if you're just there to support your favorite team. Let's get that going in chat so we can get some representation for those two. I mean, this first map statistically should be going the way of BBL Pacific. If you do take a look at the stats for these two, Corrode hasn't really been played that much by Mandatory, and their attacking win percentage very much is not something to look at and go, yeah, that's going to be a really easy time against a team like BBL Pacific that have played it 4 times at this point and have been pretty close to unbeaten. Oh, sorry, they played it 2 times, but they have been unbeaten on it so far. Their round win rate has been really good, especially on the defense. So I'm expecting to see good things from these guys, especially if they're picking it first.
Yeah, I think it's a really good, very complementary to their style. Running the Neon on that map, I think that suits them quite well. Mandatory as well, it's like not their best map. Obviously, they're not been able to play it as much, but that is just kind of what it comes down to. Kind of like a smart, different pick for BBL. I think that comes from like their dominance in the Turkish league. They are so dominant picking Haven and winning it every single time that they have so much VOD and so much stuff on it that where picking Corrode gives them a different option. Maybe they've changed composition. That could be up in their sleeve as well, because they've gone away from their like perma pick. So it feels like something more is in the works here from BBL Specific. So that could be quite exciting to see. The Neon, it does suit the playstyle, but I don't know how good the Neon is on this map. I think it could be very, very tough to get in versus a lot of the compositions that we could be seeing. Like, say, for example, on the Mandatory, the Viper, the Vice, how isolated is the Neon going to be when going in? How well can they support it? I think that's the biggest question for it.
Yeah, well, it looks like the French fans are here in full force, but if the last vote was anything to go by, I wouldn't say that's a good indicator of who is going to win this matchup. But yeah, I think statistically, look, I mean, you are looking at these stats and you're going, okay, well, BBL Pacific, on paper, they are the team that should be winning this. They have a better retake percentage. They have a better post-plant hold percentage. They have a better percentage on every single kind of stat that we can go for on this. Obviously, small sample size for Corrode. Not a lot of teams have been loving playing it. There have been some teams that really specifically do like it. I wouldn't say these are either of these two teams are those kinds of teams, but I think, you know, you look at them, they're filled with really good players. BBL Pacific have proven themselves here in Tier 2. We have proven Tier 1 players, however, on Mandatory. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. It does depend who shows up on the day. I mean, last series, we kind of set it up the same way. We were like, Team Liquid Academy, they've had bad results over this stage so far. Obviously, they didn't even make it into the playoffs of Northeast in Stage 2. So looking at this one, these are two proven teams. It's just that, you know, it really just depends who shows up in the server on the day. And I do think the BBL Pacific are the more consistent team in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. And I think mandatory, like we mentioned comp diff before, running the solo raise on this map, I'm not a big believer in. Like in theory, it's good to like deal with the Vice utility. You can use the nades, satchels, get all that out. But like actually entering into the bomb site as a solo raise is going to be really hard. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised mandatory here. Like they have the players for the double duelists, and we've seen a lot of double duelists on this map. Maybe getting Takas on the Yoru, getting something instead of Kellogg's just on the solo raise. We get a double duelist setup. That could be more efficient for them. Obviously, it will take a lot. They only have a 50% win rate. They won one, lost versus Valiant in the last time out, and it was a pretty rough showing. So a big change could be coming, especially for the playoffs. I think that could be in the cards, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Of course, the other team in this group is Enterprise Esports, so there is a lot to play for here. Getting a start on this one is going to give you the best chance possible to beat the Stage 2 victors here in Enterprise Esports, the team that you would expect to also get through to the playoffs. I mean, this is a killer group. It's absolutely insane. You would think that the winner of Challengers EMEA Stage 3 would come from this group. You know, if you put it down to percentages, I would say there's a 50% likelihood that whatever team comes out of this one should be winning the whole tournament, but you never know what will happen, right? We had no idea that Enterprise Esports would win the grand finals of Stage 2, so you know, just getting your confidence going to start off with for either BBL Pacific or Mandatory will be a really big boon moving forward, especially playing up against Enterprise.
Yeah, I think it's a big statement either way. If BBL come out and win and it's pretty easy, it's like, hey, we're back. Or if Mandatory come out and kind of do an upset here, then it's like, hey, like we're also in contention as well. Like don't just rule us out, right? Because we're in the groups with the two winners. Like Mandatory is also like an insanely skilled roster. They have lots of experience, maybe more experience than a lot of teams. Like with tier 1 players, you have Enzo, Hip, who's been playing since like the start of the game. You have Takas, Kellogg's, who've also been there, and also Mike as well. So it's like a really, really well-rounded roster that I think can go really far, and this kind of like suits them more because it's not just mechanical skill, it's more team play, more experience, more all-round gameplay. So in the playoffs where pressure can be high, if they get a good start, and BBL Pacific, obviously with new players coming in, it could be a bit rough for them. Maybe they're not used to dealing with it as much. So it could really go either way. And I think it's one of those games where it's going to be close no matter what.
Yeah, I would love to send you guys into Agent Select, but unfortunately there have been some tech issues and I cannot right now. So I'm going to send you to a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we will be going straight into Agent Select as soon as we are back, I'm sure.
Am I learning my lesson? Never running from wreckage when it's getting too close. of life, we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate.
Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hot head looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught.
All right, everybody, thank you for your patience. We are back. We have the agent select ready for you now. We didn't want to keep you waiting for too long for this game because it should be absolutely unreal. Look, I mean, the only game better than this is going to be whoever wins this versus Enterprise Esports, realistically. So getting started on this one, obviously, we are going to Corrode, and those are your lineups.
Yeah, the Raze does worry me a little bit. I'm not really convinced on it in this map. It is a defense start. The Raze nade can come in well. The Neon just has that better maneuverability around the map. You're able to make more chaos. Also block with the stun as well. But yeah, Mandatory should get a good defense start, but it's the attack side that I'm going to really worry about. So that's what bothers me. And I really could see them getting a good start. And kind of similar to the last game with Eintracht Frankfurt starting well in the defense and struggling out in the attack.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? I think with a lot of the maps that are meta currently, defense is so important, and teams have been, you know, getting better at retaking. I think with the meta the way it is, with the agents that are in the game, you've got such good retake power a lot of the time, and it does favor the strategic style of a lot of these tier 2 teams here. So, yeah, between these two, it really is going to come down to getting a good start. You know, you can say all you want that, you know, what side you start on doesn't matter that much, but I think realistically, for these two teams, starting on defense is a massive boon, because you can just get many more rounds in your pocket, and then you don't have to work quite as hard to come back in the second half.
Yeah, I'd be even interested to see who's going to pick up the AWP, like the defense side with the Raze. Not really natural AWP agent, it is possible, but if you have an AWP agent, you're getting deep lines, then the Raze is not going to be available for rotation, right? So it depends what kind of style do we want. Are we going to see the Element picking up? Are we going to say the Vice pick it up? There's different little styles that we can have here, so I don't imagine it would be on Kellogg's, but he is the natural AWP of this team. When they do run the Yoru, he's on the Yoru, he's getting the lines, he's getting the angles, so it's going to be a little bit different style of how they play, so we just really need to see how this is going to plan out.
All right, well, again, the French fans are here in full force for this one. Are we going to see a repeat of the percentages being the complete opposite direction, or maybe this time they will tell us true? Either way, we're going to find out right now with Hazard and Cobra.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Mandatory would have been just as shocked as all of we were when they checked their inbox and saw the invitation to dance with the Devils. It's BBL Pacific and Enterprise, the two grand finalists from the previous stage, that they have to get past if they want to give themselves the maximum possible chance of keeping their Ascension hopes alive.
Yeah, that's very true. BBL Pacific, clearly the favourites. They've already qualified for Ascension. We know exactly what they have in their locker. But with the new addition of Lovers Rock, that's the most interesting part about Pacific. As for Mandatory, well, the grand finalists for the France Split 3.
That they are forced to rebuild, of course, with Sivo taking his break into VCT, now returning to the same tournament, pitted against them later down the line, potentially. But no easy games for Mandatory in this group stage whatsoever. At least one win would give you some confidence that they can stay in the Ascension places. But against Pacific, there is no more difficult task than this. Starting off on the attack, the Turkish team just casting a wide net as it stands. Both mains attempted as Takas spots the B play.
This is where the spike is. Takas needs to be careful. He has his wall to support him, but it still takes a bit of damage trying to leave. And Pacific not fully convinced this is where they want to end the round.
Yeah. Takas gonna drop back onto the sofa with the remote control wall and take a back seat here as the rest of Mandatory are starting to look towards middle. Pacific will loiter there late into the round as the Toxins come back up for the French side. They can try and stall this as we hit the 40-second mark.
And 4 bodies here to try and support it as well. Very slow round being called by Rose. so uncharacteristic of a BBL Pacific side who usually are so explosive, but instead they implode themselves. Spike on the ground, Kreven and Loiter to try and gain some semblance of a win, but it will not happen, not at all. The defense gets started off right.
And it's the kind of start that Mandatory would have been hoping for on BBL Pacific's map of Corrode. Beginning on the defense. Such a huge win for them early doors. And like I was saying, an early loss in the stage to BLX has helped them to reevaluate their methods. They went to a boot camp, working together with the new group, Enzo, trying to rally the troops as much as possible, coming into what felt frankly unfair in this event.
Yeah.
But with 2 weeks of preparation behind them now for these exact matches, a lot of focus has been put into what exactly it is that they've got to do to get past Pacific.
And it feels as if for a lot of these teams, like, it almost feels like a battle royale for that last spot, right? Especially when you've got two already, well, actually 4 already qualified teams for Ascension. 2 of our MENA representatives already getting qualified after the announcement of 8 teams.
I mean,
BBL.
you want to call it a battle royale? Mandatory have dropped in the middle of the map and they're getting third-partied off spawn. Like, that's what we've ended up with here. But I agree. Interesting position here for Rose. Mitchell could, in effect, solve this for Mandatory, but he is right behind them.
He's calling for the players to be a lot more. A lot more get regressed in their positions, not want to take fights, but Rose, even as his shots, it's not pretty whatsoever. But if you're a Mandatory fan, you're absolutely buzzing after this start.
For sure. It's gone the way that they would have wanted. In terms of the stakes, we already know what it is as it stands on the edge of the original 10-point threshold. Mandatory was safe in 6th. Now up to 8, of course. They eliminated Valiant on their way to this stage in the competition. A huge comeback from 2 maps down. They've shown resilience many a time. Of course, the previous matchup that they had with Pacific ended in 0-2.
And hit. Already taking a bit of damage there, not really being able to get anything off the back of it. An early space being taken on B main as well. Takas in the corner. He has a judge in hand if Pacific try to clear this out.
Playing for Kellogg's. Fantastic timing on the Poison Orb there as well. Pacific looking to split the site, but if Kreven falls, then this whole illusion could come crashing down.
Yeah, and it'll be an upgrade for the Viper, but it's whether that site can hold, right? As Kellogg's tries to spam on down, Kreven does well to clear it out, and now Kellogg's, well, he doesn't have any safe spot to hide in. So that spike goes down, and an excellent split execute from BBL Pacific.
It all fall on the shoulders of Kreven there. Pacific can thank him for his efforts in dictating the pace at which the main play occurred, all on his lonesome. Now it's the last couple of guns, the Bulldogs on Mandatory, to claw back the deficit and at the very least make the next rifle round a little less healthy for BBL Pacific.
I mean, it's only really Mikey that's close to doing so. Does get Rose, okay, so at least one done. It seems as if we are going to get the Vice slowly approach towards the site. BBL Pacific already out. Maybe a denial of ultimate orbs is what we're going to see from the French side. And it seems to be the case, although the Odin saved.
As you expect it to be, Enzo have been calling for that one. Current captain helped out by the former hit. And yeah, that round, like I said, is thanks to Creven, a player who, coming into this team, his acquisition from Eternal Fire has really solidified Pacific's position at the top of EMEA for 2025. And what that comes down to is his lurk timings. He actually just managed to squeeze in between Takas's wall and the corner, which is what gave him the heads up on that first fight. Into mid they go, Lover's Rock right at it.
All the way up. The Odin, obviously, better at spamming onto angles that you can't see, but Enzo might see a whole load of bodies headed his way as he starts to get cleared out, tries to take his time and does so. Even gets his opposite number. So top mid, not a place where Pacific want to go, and they immediately try to split in towards A.
Still so much center utility here though, and the off of Kellogg's cracks the whip, finds the first. There is a response, but Kellogg's still going.
He is. Ultimate in, and a third on the round. This has been sensational. Roll it back the years as the spike on LaRock's back needs somewhere to go, an avenue in which to find, but instead will be denied. Mandatory, their start here is one to behold.
It absolutely is, and should continue to grow. If you're thinking about the money situation, this was nice from Kellogg's. Unlucky perhaps not to get the collab there. His first stage, and when we last saw Mandatory in one of these EMEA events, wasn't the strongest. I think there were a lot of questions about the firepower behind this team, but with Takas coming in as well as a former duelist player, someone who's completely reinvented himself in this team.
I think as well, we all know what the side bias has been like on this map of Abyss. But Kellogg's on an early lane, just unluckily not able to get a pick, but Enzo is.
We are on Corrode, Cairo, just to remind you, but...
oh, sorry, my bad. You know, just...
Yeah, you know, you're just so excited about the map pool changes, completely agree with
100%.
you. Rose here just testing the limits of this vice wall, but Mandatory in position. Wow. An execution as they bring the hammer down onto Pacific.
The point I was trying to make too as well though is Mandatory start, while it all well and good is a great one. BBL Pacific, once they move on to the defense, I imagine will have everything that they need to start a comeback of their own. But it all comes down to what they can find on the attack, and so far, Mandatory's defense has looked pretty good. They're being abrasive in the way that they want to play this map through Enzo's Odin and Kellogg's op.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up in really strong positions where as soon as that trigger is hit, the contact taken, they're ready for a fight. Lover's Rock abusing the movement speed of the Neon here to get in front of the firing line. Skip past it, I should say, but Enzo repositioning, gets a double very quickly from the Odin. Lightning strikes not twice but thrice, and Creven left to mull over the round, which has all but concluded in everyone's eyes but his own, if he could find any way to turn this on its head. Pacific looked like they were gearing up to an early monopoly on the ult economy, but not really seen the value come in just yet.
No, we haven't. I guess like as well, like in terms of the attack and how they want to approach this is probably something that they might not be used to. BBL Pacific, when you think of Turkey as a region and how they would want to play Crode, just in terms of like how aggressive players can be.
30 seconds left.
BBL Pacific overall, I mean, they've played it twice, won it twice, and their attack has been fairly successful. They've won just over half of all rounds on the attack, which is well above the average that what we would have seen on Crode from even Tier 1 teams.
Yeah, I think the main focus for me right now, though, has to be the Lover's Rock conversation that we started at the beginning of the game, because he's the new player, he's the one change, and fundamentally kind of alters the dynamic of this BBL Pacific team, because it was always comeback running in first, and he was the point man on almost every execution. But I think Lover's Rock is a very different player.
Yeah.
Also someone who comes from a different background, having broken out in East and tried his luck on Turkish teams, but you know, I don't know, maybe not had the support, not players at the same level, I guess, if you want to spin it that way. But here, I think we need to see him part of the puzzle, you know what I mean? Like, he's either just in by himself and he's dead, or there's nothing really behind it.
I think it's one of these ones where Lovers Rock, right? We saw him debut from the old roster from East. Completely
Chippy Chappers.
Yeah, Chippy Chappers. Sorry, I had a senior moment, so thank you very much, mate. But from roster to roster where he's been on, he's definitely been one of the highlight players. But moving on to BBL Pacific, not to be horrible or anything, but there is no excuses for a poor performance because of how good their players are, and especially the support network and utility that they always are able to set up.
Absolutely. Gigantic shoes to fill. A generational talent before him, but even we have seen how all that glitters isn't gold when you get to that big stage. Enzo, someone who knows the reality of dropping back down and being forced to perform, and in this game on the eve of what could be the final few matches in their campaign for 2025, he wants an extension of play and has already found the first. 4-on-4. The Pacific well behind this scaling on A.
Well, they are, and well, Mandatory right off the back of it, ready to respond. The trade's good. Back to 3 versus 3. The Vi's offline, Kellogg's op as well. And as we head in towards this post plant, Rose will have his ultimate, but he's low himself. And that's going to be the big weakness in this post plant.
Mikey's flank also factors in massively. Huge 1 versus 1. Kreven has been good in these. He will back up just a little bit, buying as much time as he possibly can.
Face your fear!
And Mikey can sense that.
Still doesn't clear
Potentially
Kreven.
looking for a player behind, but it's Kreven in the corner, nestled in the end. Spike behind the smoke, but you're asking a lot to snatch this one from under Pacific's nose, and once Enzo's Odin goes cold, there is no chance left. Kreven to close it up. BBL Pacific will double their round count at long last.
That they will, and they're pacing a lot better in the round. The way they were able to try and engage with that B main brawl, then went in towards mid, and from there the split in towards A was so much easier. A post plant which you would be very critical if they weren't able to win it out. But that's the first round that we've seen them being able to win. And they're not completely out of the woods just yet, because Mandatory have immediately bought up.
Yeah, it's looking like a quick pace change here from Pacific, straight into the B execution, but you've got the cross-map vines which have landed under the arch, the toxins at the gate, but Lovers Rock breaches right through, and Loiter not too far behind it either. Swiftly snatched from the hands of Mandatory. Their lead continues to slip away. Just a couple rounds in it now. There shouldn't be an attempt made from the defense to try and recover this, so the strong start can very quickly count for little.
And it's the fact that not only are we seeing the pace change work, it's the fact that it's also the pacing and the spacing of the ultimates used by BBL Pacific. Only a Viper's Pit invested in this round to completely cement this as a round win. And with that being said, Mikey's going to try and approach and see if he can find a rifle or two here. All stuck in the corner. A big spray would be... Oh, we could potentially catch a couple of bodies, but instead it's just Rose that dies to the spike.
Launching thorns.
Cut incredibly close there. But Mandatory not able to do all too much more. They keep the weaponry, but now the defense has been put in a tricky position. More rounds required. Pacific, with the pace change, worked out for them. Looking like they're going to go for more of the same here, and no change from Mandatory. They have stuck to their own devices.
straight back in. This is what Lovers Rock maybe is different from Comeback, because Comeback was always about those scoped weapons, right? LaRock, in towards the back lines, is able to take out Mikey, so no more omens for the rest of this, and Hip maybe a little bit unlucky not to capitalise on the timing, but he doesn't know about the Vise. Mandatory do know about the look through Link, and finally Kreven identified.
It's been such a cagey round, but Taka's still surviving backside.
And Kreven being able to support as well. That spike being able to go down now.
Spike planted.
Not before Kreven is going to pick up another kill. Mandatory feel like they have no business winning this one at this point in time unless Enzo can connect onto a spam or Kellogg's can find a punish. He'll need 2 more of those.
But he's got a rifle now. Both players are low. Somewhat doable.
What?
That's insane! A player of his caliber being able to show up when it's needed.
Clutch.
I mean, that is daylight robbery, but Kellogg's has kept Mandatory in this. Stop the rot of this first half when they need all they can get coming into the second. Kreven still fighting the good fight and looking like the best thing the Pacific have to offer right now. I mean, so awkward, the timing for Hip, and even the Viper Orb placed top site allows Lovers Rock to get out of the corner. You were talking about his rifle work being a lot different from what we've seen with Comeback, but this is the first look-in that we will get at the op on the attack side. Maybe that's exactly what they need.
Could be. BBL Pacific not just the favourites in this tournament, in Ascension as well, as Kellogg's walks all the way down to try and upset one of the big 2 in Tier 2 this year.
Yeah, Rose once more starting this offensive for Pacific, which we expect to end elsewhere, but Kellogg's lays waste to Lovers Rock. Deep deposit of Enzo in mid, playing around with the mental game here. It's an Odin, for goodness sake. Yet still the result is found. And with a 5 versus 2 presented, Pacific look out of place.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, some of these rounds it feels like they're just taking gut punches and don't know how to reset. It feels like Mandatory's game plan has been working wonders in terms of not allowing the Turkish side to do what they want.
30
and with
seconds
30
left.
seconds remaining, Mandatory look to push the envelope. They've got money to work with. They know that if they upset this attack's economy, then they've got a little bit of momentum to snowball these last couple of rounds together.
Yeah, they're gonna see what they can find.
10 seconds left.
Closed down, shut down so much of the map at this point that there's only a couple places that the Pacific players can be, and when Larrick's given the opportunity, he's unable to take it. How many times can you say that's been the case? Kreven still with work to do, and continues to do it. Again, shovel in hand, as he's forced to dig Pacific out of a position you're not so certain you would have found themselves in coming to this group.
Yeah.
Mandatory were the ones we thought would be fed to the Sharks. Not the other way around. Another timeout invested, but on this occasion, it's the attack.
He expected that to be the case, Key making sure that BBL Pacific can get these last couple of rounds. Even 1 out of the 2 would do well. We've seen this position before from many a team. And yeah, 4 on the attack is very serviceable. It feels like the split of old in terms of how we see these rounds lie. If you remember the way the split used to be.
Yeah, of course. You know, I think it's another map which Pacific had their troubles with, if we're being candid. One of the few maps that they did lose in that initial Stage 1 EMEA win against Eternal Fire. But improvements were made in due course, and ultimately didn't reflect too poorly as they lifted the trophy at the end of the gauntlet. So perhaps the kind of test reality check that they require, the same way that Mandatory have had plenty of hurdles to cross up until this point. but the biggest still laying in front of them. And with a couple rounds left in this first half, still a possibility. Oh, I was gonna say that this defense could fall apart, but Enzo spotted the cross from Kreven. Kellox has claimed one on the op and is very quick to release the showstopper.
Where are we going? A gap found in towards CT, behind the operator. Look at Lovers Rock, he's left all alone in CT and mid himself. What is going on?
But Enzo was ready for it, still he's gonna drop. All of a sudden, it's only Takas here with the pit. Mandatory re-clear, proactive through middle. Lovers Rock anticipates it, receives with his rifle in hand, and Takas caught outside of the ult. You thought he'd be dead, but it props up the oncoming player. Mikey and Hip both joined from main now, with the Steel Garden brought to the table. Pacific's back firmly against the wall. Larrick on the corner, classic in hand, needs so much, nearly gets it, over-delivering, putting it on a plate for Rose. And there will be a recovery coming out of that first timeout for Pacific.
Yeah, I thought there was no way in. Mandatory from the early round had played this perfectly in terms of putting priority towards the mains. But with that being said, Pacific identify the one gap through mid, and Mandatory don't know how to adapt to it. Falls apart, and now we head into the next one.
No rest for the wicked, but one thing I will say is that Mandatory have taken their foot off the gas pedal just a little bit here. Some finely cut rounds, ones which have favored the French side. It was Kellox with a clutch, and him the first point of contact on A. The execution now moving elsewhere though, and as Loiter snakes through middle, it's Takas taken down, and a lot of pressure alleviated from this B hold. It shall continue. Mikey the next to be shown the door. Enzo! Double spray, but still maybe not sufficient.
Especially not when you've got Rose as a late win condition as well. Kellox potentially to get caught off guard.
And he won't be able to snap the flick quickly enough. Hip is overlooked and has been given an opportunity here. It's Kreven on the other side, however. The Vice player, which has brought Pacific back up by the scruff of the neck. There's a flash left in pocket. The one piece of utility between the three players is on the Mandatory side of the server. But with the first tap, there's two different lanes in which the attack side can take contact. Hip looking to stick it to half, but denied it the first time of asking. 5 rounds is a positive return and turn of events for Pacific's attack. Mandatory with so much more to do here if they want to secure a second half win.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot for them to do so, but with that being said, we'll find that out after the break.
right back into the thick of it for Mandatory. This attack side must start well. Pacific have shown the championship quality that they possess in recovering 4 of the final 6 rounds towards the second half of the first, the opening 12.
It's going to take a massive effort from Mandatory, considering how BBL's Pacific ended up being the attack, looking good towards the end, and the defense, as you can imagine, with basically the same tools that Mandatory had, will have what they need to perhaps show how good this defense side could be. That's the way that we usually see Corrode go, but Takas gets this pistol round started right and continues on. The ex-duelist player shows them how to do it on the Viper.
It's very clean from Takas. This round, you don't want to call it in just yet if you're on the Mandatory side. But someone who will be is Mikey, active in the comms. He's made it through the A courtyard and now weaving his way through middle. Actually just decided to group up and hit B. Okay. Both Pacific players are here.
Poison's off. 1 enemy remaining.
Well, there's only one now. And there's absolutely none. A flawless round to kick off the attack for Mandatory. We'll put them in a good spot. And only, well, if they can convert the Antico, only 4 rounds away from winning out map number 1.
It's great to see Takas back in action as well. I mentioned it earlier, but he has fully reinvented himself as a player after VCT. Much deeper agent pool than what we saw before, much more of a flex than a hard duelist player. He was the first to be cut from Gentlemate's original lineup after ascending, but now back with his former assistant coach at the time, Mad C. A player that he'd worked with before, having that trust put in him again, and that does wonders for your confidence, really.
Oh yeah. And I think as well, like, especially considering how the state of the game is going in terms of the double duelist, but also in certain maps we're seeing it not come through, right? Like maybe double Senti or double controller. So it's nice to see that Takas has really leaned into that.
Like, we've seen it happen with a lot of players, but as you mentioned, you can't stay one-dimensional in this meta in modern Valorant.
Yeah,
and I mean, not everyone is going to be that VCT level top fragger every single time. So yeah, he's given his career a serious second wind.
And I think as well, like, to draw comparisons, I know we're comparing Takas to Kiko, right? Well, that's what I'm about to do.
Well,
Kiko did the same thing.
Now,
Yeah, Kiko did the same thing. Obviously, Kiko having much more success on Liquid, but yeah, Takas finding success here in Tier 2 after being dropped down, as well as Mandatory finding success on this site Execute. So Spike down, basically 9 confirmed. And if Takas can get this last kill here, he'll be more than halfway towards his ultimate. Come on, Takas.
Oh, no, he's actually giving it to Kellogg's. And honestly, I got a lot of respect for that. It's back-to-back flawless rounds. And with Kellogg's being closer to the showstopper, really nice game management, to be fair.
Yes, it really is. And on top of that, there's going to be a rifle bot up for the 2 pistol players as well. So the bonus has extra bite, 2 flawless rounds in a row. And Mandatory are actually starting to make me believe in this attack.
It's hope that dies last, of course, but I do agree. It's been a promising beginning to both halves from them. Each and every pistol under their belt as it stands, with a very strong bonus. Pacific, the first of the 2 teams to take mid control, but the Viper wall place there suggests to you that Takas wants in on this a little later on. Currently finding themselves in A main here, Mandatory.
But not being able to get out. Tapping the spike.
And not been able to trap the wall here either. Kellogg's was trying to do it. He's been dropped down to 70.
Yeah. It's not what you want to see. At the same time, Pacific take control of mid. Look to maybe even push it further with Lover's Rock on the edge of the smoke. Takes his time in. And well, on top of that, Pacific take what they're just rewards. The spike control plus 2 picks. But with Creven going searching, we end up all even.
3-on-3 in the man count. Mikey needed work there. Showstopper fuse ignited. Kellogg's hunting for something, but losing all his health in the process.
This has been a disaster, and it continues to be so, as they don't anticipate Larocque's position or Rose. Pacific bite back straight away, and it's a fairly decent round overall.
Yeah, and with the mechanical skill that BBL Pacific have, put in anchor positions, always going to look strong. I have to say though, seeing Larocque playing smokes, where, especially Omen, when it was so often loiter, is a bit of a shock to the system. And Mandatory even going to call their second timeout here after only 3 rounds. So, not quite sure if it's just a mental that needs checking or something of the sort, because I mean, this early in the half is often unheard of. We know that the team has a phlegmatic stance to the group draw, and you have to, right?
Yeah.
Stoic in your approach. If you're shaken by what you've seen, then absolutely you're not going to stand a chance. You've got to play your own game, and as Enzo said, you've got to play without regrets, and that's what it's looking like so far.
And I mean, that's at the end of the day. There's already been a bit of damage done to the defender's economy when we look at Lovers Rock and Creven there, so that's something to look at for the next couple of rounds. But there's going to be a lot needed to be done in this half, so whether this timeout early will allow Mandatory the momentum they need to now kick on the rifle rounds, or if this is going to be them falling to the wayside with no way back in, is a point that we might have to come back to later in this half.
Yeah, because when you look at the broader perspective of this map and how it's being played, Mandatory in the opening couple didn't need to deal with mid. They already had their picks elsewhere. Now it's become a real problem point. Hip dropping early beyond layers of smoke means that there's a little less security about this backline. Taka's going to fill the gap, as Mandatory is still 3 players towards B main and noted as the orb gets picked up.
Ultimates that have been used need to be built back up again. It'll need to take a lot. Loiter being able to get the trade at least, and also get out through his own Viper wall. Mandatory now left with no way in towards B have decided that, well, listen guys, let's try go to the other side of the map, which with that smoke dropping could be a problem, and also heading into Vice utility.
Is this a 2-1 split? It looks like it. Mandatory sending a couple players through A link. Larocque had a strong late position to counteract it, but he's backed up to the A hold, right behind all this Vice util, and with Creven face checking, he's only just now heard the gunfire and knows that this is Mandatory's last attempt.
Oh, Larocque's paranoia to get the players back into sight's perfect. The spike denied, and with 15 seconds remaining, Mandatory, they're running away. They don't want anything to do with this. So we're within 2 of these 2 teams.
Poison's off.
There's just no safety on site, so they had to fall back. Enzo dropping off with Takas by his side. Former Ascension Grand Finalists on either side of the server, now teamed up to try and pull off their own sort of great escape from this group. It's been a strong beginning, but I said it coming into the round off the back of the timeout, and I'll stress it again here. I think mid has been the biggest issue for Mandatory to overcome at this point in time.
Yeah. And it continues to be, right? I mean, with that Viper's wall, the way that it's been set down towards mid, every time you'd expect that to be the case. Something we saw from Fnatic was they would move the wall towards one of the mains, so it would force fights, and while there's been players seen, identified, nothing's happened in terms of engagements.
When you only have one initiator on either side, both of the fades, those haunt placements and timings are huge. Pacific nearly caught a kill off of a revealed Kellogg's, but for Mandatory it was just getting themselves in the door. Now queued up for this A play. Just 2 players here, but Pacific should know with the line control and those rotations are in progress.
Still, they play with the time. 50 seconds remain, and Laroc's just seen the shoulder of the Fade as they start to get towards the A site. But with 3 players here for BBL Pacific, there should be everything needed to hold on. Laroc dealing with the utility, but not the bodies in front of him. Rose under pressure and can't handle it. It's mandatory look to hit double digits. And the last 2 remaining for Pacific. Lovers Rock and Loiter are all the way out in CT.
Yeah, the scaling looks much better here from Mandatory. Clearing out the mid space early. Not catching the ugly side of those reveals. And making themselves a runway to then dump utility into the site and make it difficult for Pacific when you've got 2 players trying to hold from elbow, 1 left out on the site by themselves. Lovers Rock is going to go ahead and save this operator, or at least try, with Takas slotted into middle. They've managed to do what was asked of them.
Double digits found for Mandatory. And as you said, they have been able to find a success story, but it's whether they can repeat that time and time again, keep themselves rolling. In terms of the ultimates, we're nowhere into our ultimate cycle, but with that being said, we are slowly approaching it. BBL Pacific nearly having their nightfall, and well, Mandatory close to getting a couple of their own. Most importantly though, is Takas's Viper's Pit.
Yeah, and looking at the score sheets very quickly before we dive into round 18, Kelox has been on an absolute tear. His double entry in the previous was key. And BBL Pacific gets sucked into this mid-duel where Mandatory, and for the French viewers, have decided on laissez-faire, which means leave alone. They're not going to touch it with a 10-foot barge pole. And it's probably in their best interests as long as Lovers Rock's op is around.
He's not had the greatest of maps so far. 4 and 11. Need to see something more. An early line onto Takas, who, as we've... sorry, not Takas, sorry, it's Hip. I mean, being a decent player on his own right. It looks like they're looking to try and clear the neon, and when they attempt it, he'll get his 5th and be able to escape.
Poison's off.
Mandatory were not pushing through main on the previous round. Breaking out into the courtyard here, past this Vice util, is going to be a real difficulty. They want to get through the wall, and they'll do it now.
Kelox's blast packs will do that. Still needs to be careful of A-Link, and that's why the... Oh, the boom pot was to clear, but it doesn't get Rose. Managing to go unlooked, and the rest of Mandatory have to try and clear him out. It doesn't work out. He gets a 2nd, and the site anchors will deal with the rest. Back within 2, and mistakes in utility for the attack.
Yeah, and with Pacific just being given mid-control there, it's such a quick rotation from Link. Lovers Rock obviously deals with the first threat, but this is so unfortunate for Kelox, and then for only 1 pair of eyes be trained on that position to then trade out. Rose does so much work. Sure, BBL Pacific have had a slow start here, and still the players are only just grumbling into life. A few more rounds like that and they'll be feeling themselves again.
We know that BBL Pacific can turn things on when they need to. We know the quality that they have in their back pocket.
Bring them down.
When the going gets tough, they usually manage to find an extra gear or 2, but Kelox on the wall has no escape, and he's panicking. That's allowed Krev in the entry.
Yeah, thought it would be easy enough. He'd had some issues in triggering the wall before, but in fully committing to it, ends up paying the cost of his own life. Lovers Rock behind the smoke with a Prowler and a warning shot. He is out of there, and ooh, nice couple bullets into the mid-drift as well. Loiter on the other end, gonna get an early heads up, and that's 3 players spotted.
Yeah, and he's calling for Lovers Rock to come and support him. At the same time, it's also activated a mid-re-clear from BBL Pacific, and they're so heavy towards this side of the map. No Vise Util on A. This is an easy decision for Mandatory.
But look at Larok, he's right in the back lines, and such a difficult clear from this position.
But with this split, no one will be going near him. In fact, that Nightfall perfectly placed.
No sound.
They have no
Yeah,
idea.
he's right behind. They have absolutely no clue.
And with that, Larok possibly has won the round.
left.
10 seconds remain as the announcer
done.
confirms, and Mandatory with no way back into this one. They're left scratching their heads. Where did it go wrong? 3 players still alive, which is incredible on either side. Well, it'll be 2 now for BBL Pacific, but that should have been a round at Mandatory. If they were a little bit more decisive, should have been in a good position to win.
It's the perfect word to use, because I'll tell you where it went wrong. They didn't pick a site. They just ended up forcing this mid-fight, and then from the push, which looked like it was going to be heading through a link onto the site, they never followed through on it. They just remained stuck in the sand, stuck in the mud. It's a really frustrating conclusion, all things considered. For Pacific, they were in a pretty strong position the whole way along. You consider Loiter in B main, he caught the info on 3 players, and then he drops back to a B site where he has Thorns, he has his own Viper Wall, and a Snake Bite, with a couple players in mid ready to activate and rotate at a moment's notice. So, yeah, the weakness was A, Mandatory forced the rotation, but then they just, yeah, failed to execute.
Yeah, that they did. I mean, with that being said though, last time out used by Mandatory, and they have the better of the ultimate cycle as well to try and push themselves forward, and that's just through that Viper's Pit, and Kellogg's being one of the showstopper. So overall, it's up to BBL Pacific to just outgun and out-game plan their opposite numbers.
Yeah, and coming into this mid-duel as well, as I mentioned before, it's why you've seen a lot of teams move towards double duelists with Yoru, so you've got that extra flash coming in, or even double initiator, whether it's a KO or a secondary scan, to get extra info and just make it way more difficult for the other team to take it back. But this time, with the smoke and reveal, they've managed to claw back at the authority. Loiter has spotted the B wall. With that information, Pacific have called for Rose to rotate back towards top mid.
But he's worried about the potential possibility of Mandatory moving through top mid. And with that being said, very late on the rotate, and Larok in a weird position. If he gets cleared out easy, it doesn't get anything, Mandatory should be able to win this round.
Yeah. And Pacific should know that at this stage, there's only one side it can be. And with Larok holding it down, 3 kills out of the magazine. Kreven in a deep clear. Kellogg's has so much to do and has started to do it. But he will be without the services of Takas and without the help of anyone else. Pacific have closed the gap fully. 20 rounds taken. It's tied again at 10-all.
We said that after the end of the first half, that 8-4, we, 7-5, sorry, BBL Pacific might have just done enough on their attack. So they have everything that they need on their defense to finish this one off. Mandatory started off well, sure, but since then, since we went to the rifle rounds, it's been one-way traffic for this defense, and they look to finish it off here and now.
Oh, aggressive play, but Kellogg's deals with it. Showstopper preemptive for that second player push. For Pacific, queue up no further pressure. They fall all the way back to their site positions. Takas throwing in the pit. But Mandatory not feeling inclined to make their way onto B just yet.
No. Thinking about mid. Thinking about the other avenues in which they can try and go through, or even just faking out this site completely. It's pulling across the Viper of Loiter to this A site. So, at this moment in time, BBL Pacific not fully convinced about this site hit, which is fair enough. There's been no noise to convince you, but it's allowed a weakness in the site with only 2 bodies here and playing towards the extremities of the site.
Vice Flash also just gone off and collected no info from Kreven, and only now did BBL Pacific realize that Mandatory have escalated into the B site themselves. Mikey all the way up on the top step in heaven. Not sure if Larok, yeah, got hit by the reveal. Audio not cut though, should maybe consider the possibility of a player up here in the rafters. Got taken away at the worst possible moment, but Mikey still made it work. 4v2, 1 by 1, they will fall. Pacific put to rest as Mandatory finally get their lead back.
I mean, the ultimate looked clutch for the Steel Garden to allow BBL Pacific back in, but a well-called round, and I simply called one, to be honest. Like, Mandatory, all they did was drop a Viper's Pit after early aggression in B main, go and pressure mid, and then straight back towards the B site. They've done this a lot before where they flip-flop, and sure, it's cost them rounds, but it's definitely won them that last one. One thing to know, Lovers Rock has the operator back and is 1 away from his overdrive.
Yeah, I have to mention, as much as we've been hyper-fixated on the mid-duel, the B main control has alleviated so much pressure for BBL Pacific to call rotations freely and set up their game plan. So just having a little bit of player presence there later into the round has made all of the difference, and you're going to see it again here with Takas. Has to walk the line carefully, tread the tightrope as Lovers Rock will let loose.
And well, the pivot straight towards mid, or what looked to be the case. Straight there, and look at Lovers Rock rotate. He's going so deep towards A. BBL Pacific may have over-gambled here.
Oh! Yeah, and Loiter's going to overface as well. Gets brutalized for it. Mandatory with this re-clear have made almost the perfect call. There's a lot of stall with the util still in position for BBL Pacific and a flank closing in, but Takas is going to go checking for it again at the cost of his life.
Left.
Oh, it is a costly one.
Spike planted.
That it is. I was most worried about the flank, but instead it's called off. All players through A-Link and Lovers Rock solely towards CT.
Mandatory losing their numbers advantage, but gaining positioning in the process. Deep control towards site. Heaven and tucked into the corner is hit, playing from the shoulder of Enzo. Lining this one up, but the Phantom finds nothing. Finally onto the score sheet. Mikey dropping in from the heavens. All on Enzo. Seas and Horn.
I'll find you.
Both released from the pockets, but nothing found, nothing flagged up on his screen except Lovers Rock curving out the corner of the smoke and sending him to the spectator screen. 11-all. This one ground down to the embers at the end of Corrode.
Yeah, this is going to be a blockbuster finish. A round where, arguably, you could have said it should have been Mandatories. But once they get that spike into post, we missed it there in the replays, but I would have loved to have known where the kill came from. The next 2 kills BBL Pacific were able to get to bring it back in their favour. Next fight looks towards A main and mid.
Both teams have almost completely given up B in effect. This right-hand side is lopsided as Kellogg's leads the charge into mid, but the locomotive goes quiet. The train of players behind delayed for the time being as Mandatory regroup, refocus, and re-hit into BBL Pacific. 2 more kills back in the feed. Ooh. For a 4-on-2, which doesn't last long.
No, it doesn't. And Mandatory have an avenue towards that B side.
Yeah. And now Loiter's under so much threat, he's going to have to be forced back here. But done enough in the process to just stave off Mandatory.
Still take their time though. 50 seconds remaining. Lovers Rock early on the line in mid to give information through A-Link. But there's time to make a decision, and that B site is open as Loiter's not actively looking to hold. He is in heaven. and he's worried about the players maybe walking towards CT.
But now hearing the set of steps emerging from the mine shaft in B-Link out and open on the site. Mandatory have quite a bit of utility here. Hip with almost a full belt. Yet to invest a single piece, wants the element of surprise, but Enzo, even with the Odin, nailing the shot, and Hip has just spotted the second player, Larok, there, making his way through spawn side. Mandatory set up to convert the 2 versus 1, but it's the clutch kid on the other side, revealed by the flash and given a haircut as the bullets whiz past Enzo's dome in main. Power in hand, it's a bold setup from him here, but with Larok blinded and the reveal coming in, the Odin is going to do what it does best. 12 to 11 and Mandatory securing map point on their opponent's pick. The 11th hour.
The clutch kid up against the Odin King. And Enzo does well to bring Mandatory back into this round. Being able to walk through and realistically BBL Pacific, they're good on their individuals, but maybe a bit too overconfident to go and take those individual duels.
Completely. It was a 4 versus 2 which they've just lost, so no more frustrating way to find yourself in 24 rounds.
Oh, Lover's Rock with no way out here. Kellogg's capitalises on that. The entry in what could be the most important round doubles up. BBL Pacific, they need a way out of this. Larok needs a way out.
They've also got to not panic from this position because Mandatory can't very easily go ahead and hit a site. Every avenue is covered, no main control, eyes on Larok.
And he's got no way out, just like we said. Mandatory have a way into this series though. A 4 versus 1 on towards the A site. This could be the round that wins it all. Against BBL Pacific, we said one of the big 2. Enterprise the other in this group. And Krevin to walk in through A-Link. Mandatory strike first on Pacific's pick.
The eldest team in the competition against one of the youngest, showing their experience in these huge matches. This fixture, which for BBL Pacific maybe doesn't mean as much in terms of their direct qualification to Ascension, certainly does for seeding, because between them and Enterprise, we know that only one of them can claim that top spot from this event, and that gap in terms of points and how that's actually going to affect the setup of groups going into Ascension is absolutely massive. For Mandatory, of course, it's keeping themselves in it. That goes without saying, but they have risen to that occasion and then some here with the first map performance.
That they have, and it's left a lot to be desired in terms of player performances from Pacific. They are heading into what is probably one of their best maps overall. Even going back to the run last year, we saw them debut on Lotus and how good they actually were. They surprised me and you, so I'm expecting a return to form, but this is Mandatory's pick and they will have a game plan.
Yeah, and as much as we want to talk about Lotus being a Pacific map in their history, what 2 things do you think of when you think of Lotus? Comeback and its Outlaw. They are not going to have either of those. Well, they can buy the Outlaw, but you can't buy back Comeback. That's not going to be cheap. And I'll tell you what, look, you can't buy a better desk than this one to break down what it is we've just seen and set up the next, of course. That's enough from us for now. We'll catch you on the other side of this.
Oh, Hazzy, you flatter. You absolutely flatter us. And yeah, honestly, you say that. I was just talking about how, you know, BBL Pacific, they're just not the same without Comeback. And that's not to say that they are a worse team in general, right? But it does mean that they've let Kellogg's in more in this Mandatory side, not being as checked on that duelist role. And therefore, he's had such a massive impact on that map that they have got it done in regulation time. And for Mandatory, now making BBL Pacific bleed, you're moving into your map pick. They're in the most difficult group, right? They are the biggest underdog in the biggest group, and they have to do something incredible. That's a good start.
Yeah, it's a great start, but I think one thing I want to mention that hasn't talked about is BBL Pacific being the youngest team and Mandatory being the oldest. Age really showed today. BBL Pacific had a great spot. They were really making Mandatory sweat on the attack side. They weren't giving Kellogg's any entries, right? And as a Raze on this map, there's no real good places to double satchel, right?
Yeah.
You double satchel in, unless you give yourself an Omen smoke to land in, you're kind of out on your own in an island. It's not going to be good. So then Mandatory's forced to try and play this back and forth, manipulate the rotate and take these raw fights. But then BBL Pacific just started going aggressive, started taking these fights, giving the fights to Kellogg's, who is a fantastic player himself, takes those fights, gets the rounds nice and open and scrappy for Mandatory, and that's perfectly what Mandatory want. It's the complete opposite from what BBL would want.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a very interesting next map for sure, but let's take a look back at one of the rounds from that map there. So round 12 you wanted to take a look at, and tell me what you see here.
Yeah, this is one of the rounds where I like to say, sell a story to a team, right? So what is the story here? Neon Omen Paranoia, Fade ult coming in towards A. What is the story? The story is it's a crazy A hit, right? We see the rotations coming in, and we see this allows the players from BBL to walk up middle and isolate this duel. All that utility is simply about isolating this 1v1 here, and this is what allows them to get into the round. This is the kind of stuff I would expect to see from Mandatory on their attack side, because this is how you have to play the game when you don't have like a very dive-heavy agent that's self-sufficient, right? You have to manipulate rotates, you need to force fights, but these are like calculated fights. These are set up fights, right? We know there's going to be max one person there due to the full utility we put on the other side.
Yeah, so Lotus is up next, and as Hazza mentioned, obviously when we look back at BBL Pacific on this map, their linchpin a lot of the time has been their duelists. This is a completely different roster that they have now in that regard. Obviously the bones are there, but it's a different team, and you saw that there on Corrode. When that comes to Sunset, I don't know what they're going to look like against Mandatory, and the fact that Mandatory have picked this one means that they're confident that they can beat this BBL Pacific team on this map. And so far, look, I mean, it was not a 13-6 or something like that, but a 13-11 is good enough that they can definitely show something that they have. They can definitely take this 2-0. It's going to be interesting either way, whether we go to 3 maps or whether it ends here. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we will be back with Lotus.
And
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful.
Hello there, Valorant aficionados. I'm here to give you an update on the off-stream game, and that is, of course, Dirty Elise versus the Ultimates. Now, map 1 has just concluded. Dirty Elise, they took the pistol. It was a bit back and forth, but a 7-5 half, 2 rounds up to the Ultimates. And then again, it was a hotly contested entire map, but it is the Ultimates ultimately taking their opponent's map pick. A Moen Fighter masterclass, really. Up next, we are passing the Corrode baton from this series to them, and this is maybe a little bit of an unfortunate one, being a map down for Dirty Elise, because they've only played this once in an official, and so we don't really know what's going to happen. It's a little bit of an unknown entity for them there, but from one Lotus to the next, I'm going to hand you over to desk to kick our Lotus match off and up into the air.
Thank you very much, Affinity. So once again, MENA still going. Absolutely flawless so far as a region right here in Challengers EMEA Stage 3. But here on this stream, we have what we thought would be, I mean, really the most exciting matchup here. We are in Group A. It is the most competitive group. I mean, on paper, look, you got 2 champions, and so far, one of the champions is losing to Mandatory. So this is chalked up to be something brilliant. We're moving now on to Lotus, which historically for BBL Pacific has been a very good map, but obviously this is a different team coming up against Mandatory now. So the question mark is whether they still have that kind of that fire on Lotus that we expect from them.
Yeah, it's one of Mandatory's best maps as well. I think that really plays into it. They play very well. They play double Sentinel on this map as well, so could be a little bit tricky, a little bit slower pace maybe for BBL Pacific. Something they might not be as used to. Obviously in the Turkish region, they are so dominant and generally run over teams. But compared to here, I think Mandatory is going to make them slow down, make them think. And we talk about like game plans before, right? Change up, changing the feel, right? This double Sentinel setup is going to slow them down. It's not going to enable them to dive into the bomb site right away, because if they do, they're going to have a very rough time. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt their style.
Yeah, once again, I mean, on paper, BBL Pacific, this stage has still been the better team on this map in terms of round win rate, but as we saw there on Corrode, that doesn't mean everything whatsoever. When you get into the server, if you're letting especially the duelists run amok, it is going to be a difficult time for you. So, I mean, 13-11, not a bad scoreline, right? If we do get down to that kind of situation where everybody has won one game and lost one game in the group, then it does come down to round differential, and then, you know, it's up to anybody. So getting 11 rounds in one map, definitely a good thing for BBL Pacific. They're not going to be too worried about it, obviously. You should be. You've got Enterprise Esports in your group as well, so every single round counts at this point. But for Mandatory, they're in a really, really good place. I think, you know, going into this one, they will have expected to have been the third team, right? You've got 2 champions of Challengers EMEA, and then you guys. And while they are a very good team, we've seen that already. It's just such a difficult group that they are fighting tooth and nail for everything. It's working out for them so far. I'm excited for Lotus.
Yeah, I'm very excited for Lotus. It's a map that Mandatory is very strong on. I like how they play the composition. They're very back and forth on the attack side. They're going to deal with Kruven's Vice utility very well. They like to use the drone early. I think it's a worthy trade-off in this map, just to get the utility down to enable that C push, because that is kind of like the crux for Mandatory, is that they're going to be very obvious of where they're starting, right? With their composition, the Cypher towards A, you can't really mask and hide things as well. Sometimes they send the Yoru out into the cage and go for a little cheeky play, but apart from that, it's going to be obvious where they're opening. And with that, they need to move fast, they need to be breaking the utility, they need to be completing all these objectives to then be able to maybe leave 1C, go back towards A, maybe open the door B, do whatever, right? But they need to check these boxes at a fast pace to have a good chance in this game.
Yeah, and again, for both of these teams, the defensive win rate is kind of the thing we're looking at, especially on the pistol rounds. We're seeing really good pistol rounds on the defense for both of these teams. Actually, it does look like all rounds-wise, BBL Pacific are better on the attack, just about, but very, very even. So, I mean, either way, we're going to be looking mostly at the defense defense half, especially for Mandatory to get this one underway. It's what we've seen over the course of the whole stage so far. The teams that we have been watching have been very confident on the defense mostly. Again, let's get some hashtags in chat. You know, support your team. Maybe you're a unbiased viewer and you just want to say who you think is going to win this map on this one. We love to see it. We love to see the support coming through from everybody, from all different regions as well. It's good to have you guys joining us for Challengers EMEA. And again, Mandatory. Look, we said last time it was, you know, 10% to Team Liquid Academy, and they managed to take it 2-0. But Mandatory, so far, it looks like you've got that home ground advantage, right? That you guys are spurring your team onto a victory here. 13-11 is definitely nothing to scoff at there on the first map, especially on BBL Pacific's map pick. But hello.
Hello, indeed. Okay, so BBL Pacific looks like something a little bit different here. Not normally running the Raze. Normally the Neon, but so something slightly different here, but as expected from Mandatory running that double Sentinel setup.
Yeah, this is very slightly adapted, it looks like, from BBL Pacific here. I'm trying to look for the main kind of, yeah, usually we've seen a Yoro on here as well from these guys. Not generally running the Viper as far as I can tell on this one. So this is a little bit different. I do, I mean, look, we're going back to basics here. It seems like on this composition. So look, changing things up, definitely a way to get going. Obviously that throws the playbook out the window for Mandatory, and if we go back to basics, if we go back to just gun skill, BBL Pacific are a very talented team when it comes to that, so maybe that is the idea.
Yeah, I think that's something where actually the Viper's going to help them a lot versus the double Sentinel setup. It's playing more to block and delay, not allowing them through that choke point, right? It's the double Sentinel, they're going to struggle to break through the close main, so that Viper coming in instead of the Ori is going to really help them with that. And keeping the Raze, sorry, I misspoke before, keeping the Raze instead of the Ori allows for that deny as well. That nade's going to come in clutch. It's not going to allow them easy setups because it's going to be quite telegraphed from Mandatory on the attack side due to the utility that they have, right? They're going to have Cypher towards A, denying space. They're going to have Deadlock, throwing a Grav Net on the execute. They're going to have the Omen Paranoia coming in, right? But there's only limited amount of utility, so it's going to be very obvious when it's going to come in. So it'll be interesting to see if they do that kind of push and pull style, bring in the individual fights like they were attempting to do on the last map. And I think if they do that, they can have a really good chance for success.
All right, well, BBL Pacific, they want to make it 3 out of 3 getting into the grand finals of Challengers EMEA here, but to do that, they really do need to get this win against Mandatory. So it is the start of the reverse sweep if we want to see that. But if not, Mandatory take it here. It's Hazard and Cairo to draw you through this one.
Yeah, and as Twiggy said, BBL Pacific are looking for a comeback without one. They've moved to a more old school composition in terms of how this map would look on the Raze instead. Cairo, your thoughts and feelings heading into this one?
I'm a little bit worried, I will be completely honest, for BBL Pacific, but if there's any map to make a comeback, it's this one, right? It's this one where we have seen them so many times before, and where the rest of the roster will maybe feel a little bit more at home in terms of their roles and responsibilities. A technical pause just before we get into the game. And we're still seeing that change of Loiter and Rock being on the Viper and Omen.
Yeah, a shake-up.
Time to jump.
Coming in a different form. BBL Pacific's base different to what it was. Kellogg's caught in the vines, forced to respect this, but fighting a fight he is capable to win. Catches a headshot on the way out, but cannot be downed by Kreven. Nice refight into tree from BBL Pacific though.
Yeah, Mikey gone, but with that being said, Mandatory, very quickly the response was to get on towards that C site. Knew that they had the capability of getting that spike down early doors, but the Deadlock's still up and available, an advantage towards the defense on the retake.
So the attack will continue to look for something of their own to play in with here, but Rose overlooked Kellogg's from the close corner and very quickly wrapping behind. Could be in a position to just mow down Pacific where they stand. And that's exactly what you get. 3 pistols from 3 for Mandatory.
I said on the last map that Kellogg's was rolling back the years, but never in my wildest dreams would I have thought we would see a performance like this. 20 plus on map 1, a 4K to start map 2. And it seems like Mandatory have everything that they need in terms of firepower to perhaps create the biggest upset of upsets in their first series of Challengers EMEA.
Revealing area. Pacific is a name that many will know despite having not watched the most Challengers. To paint a picture for those who are new, firstly, welcome. They've only lost to one team outside of Turkey, a map, let alone a series. Mandatory now adding themselves to that list with the Corrode pickup. That other team, of course, Enterprise, also in this group. We said there are 2 champs here.
Time to jump.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Mandatory are going to be in the kind of form you expect to potentially see in playoffs if they carry on like this.
Oh, not pretty. But the end goal wasn't to move beyond on towards A, it was to get the spike down on B. Kellogg's now takes position up, and with plenty of pins to hit down. Oh my god! He's fallen! Oh my god! This is unbelievable! And now Rose left all alone, and it seems as if the players are ready to try and set up Kellogg's for the ace. Instead, Hip will be the one to take it. A flawless round in the second, but at this moment in time, as you've already said, yes, Mandatory in this form and playoffs deserve to be there, but there's still another opponent in the form of Enterprise that could potentially upset that. But focus on this series, a great start for Mandatory.
And most importantly, Kellogg's now has the Yoru ult coming into a bonus, but a spring-loaded one for Mandatory. Not too often you'll see an Ares picked into one of these, but Enzo has his choice of weaponry. He's going to be looking for some spam towards Tree, which Kellogg's was teeing up with the ult. Very fast execution, in fact, towards A.
Still delayed to come through. It's not fully capitalised upon. Mandatory have time and space in which to work with. BBL Pacific look as if they have been completely caught off guard as Takas gets another. Kellogg's in the mix and Lovers Rock gone. The 3 players on this A site have been dealt with. Mandatory look to make this a bonus conversion unless there was to be some sort of heroics, a divine miracle, and Loiter, the next one to take up the mantle.
Other side of his own Viper wall has managed to make it a little more favorable, but the dart is the dagger in the back. Hip set up as Mandatory are now 3 rounds consecutive, Cairo, and this just a gear shift, pace change towards the A site. Looking fantastic.
It was. And we speak about Pacific and how since 2024 they have made this their home, but you've got to be thinking about who's on the other side of the server. Enzo, what he was able to do on Apex, and how their low issues to look. Early fights in towards A, and Kellogg's has finally been dealt with.
Yeah, Mandatory making sure that the gun can't be recovered either, so Pacific have limited advantages in this round as it is a 4-on-4 currently. Creven's still fighting ever aggressive on sand.
Has a flash to work with.
He's gonna call it in at just the right time, but Hip closes it down. Doesn't allow any opportunity for Pacific to put themselves in a strong position here. Moving into post, double senti. We know how strong it can be, and the setup will be there before the spike comes in.
I mean, there's 2 flanks. Larock and Lovers Rock looking to do something here, but Mandatory are very much capable of dealing with whatever Pacific are throwing at them right now, which is calling into question, when does Key start to introduce himself in towards this matchup for the first time? Because, I mean, this is probably the worst start we've seen from Pacific over 2 maps.
Yeah, it's feeling that way as things stand, and you can sense that change is needed if they're to move the needle on Lotus.
Here.
I mean, just even Mandatory picking into this map against them is such a change in the tide from what we've come so used to. 4 domestic wins for this Pacific team now, coming out of Turkey in Stage 3 as champs into this. 5 titles in total with their EMEA 1 win. And yeah, for Mandatory, continuing to build on their process throughout the year, like I was saying.
Yeah.
Eldest team in the competition, so much experience that you've already highlighted.
And I think as well, to move it forward in this conversation and to talk about this as a whole, is I guess we're getting ahead of ourselves, right? BBL Pacific, they come into this group, it's probably the best run out you're going to have before Ascension in this tournament, even if you are already qualified. But the conversation I want to bring up is, what do you define as a success for Mandatory? It's for them, it's going to be qualifying for Ascension. For BBL Pacific, and Enterprise, the goalposts are ever so slightly different because they've already qualified. Enterprise have announced that they want to go and win it while testing out some of their compositions. BBL Pacific, we're seeing some role changes, etc. I wonder if it's more of the same for them.
That's the question. We know that as many reps as possible is always a priority. Yes. Mandatory are very quick to take B main space here onto that new player. Lovers Rock, who's had his time now in the team, of course. Ever since Game Fest, honestly, right?
Yeah.
Playing on LAN nice and early, bedding him in as quickly as possible, and that's what this EMEA event will be for as well. But limited reps, especially if you go down 0-2 here.
At this moment in time, though, Mandatory find themselves at an advantage, and BBL Pacific are looking to try and equalise somehow by identifying players' positions and pushing the envelope. Look at A main right now.
Oh, Hip getting caught. What do Mandatory want to do to try and respond to this? With the positions that they've taken up and the early B main control, you are expecting the hitting to sort of come towards this side of the map. Des discussed it. They do telegraph quite heavily where they're expected to go, and Kalok should give the game up here. Knives drawn. Lara can't find what he was looking for, but neither can the Frenchman on the A site now.
Yeah. And a chance to maybe even go even further. Instead, no, Mandatory, they're able to get that spike down. So it will be a 3 versus 4 advantage towards Mandatory. Or so it was, sorry, towards Pacific instead. No, the opposite way.
Short-lived, and with Mandatory continuing to fight this, they have lost another player in the process. Now back onto the shoulders of Takas and Enzo. Still a couple senses to be played here by the deadlock, but not wanting to reveal position. Has done now. 7 bullets left in the mag. 2 more targets to find. Creeping around the corner. Takas lays it up, but Loiter locks it down. A quad kill from the Viper on their reprisal of the A site. And finally, Pacific have made their mark on this map.
And even the most, I guess, like the most convincing of rounds is won through a real struggle. Right here, after Rose gets the pick, you're thinking, well, they know where the players are wanting to end, and still how we end up in a 2 versus 1, with BBL Pacific nearly miss-kicking the round. Next round, though, we look at this one, the A fight that is going to ensue.
Utility to be dumped in by BBL Pacific. It's that age-old combination of Fade and Raze. Just the nade, no C's as it stands though. And Mandatory with this Hunter's Fury lining him up. Enzo 2 tags. Can he find at least 1 kill? Matters not. Hip is there to play in off the back, and Larok doesn't know where to look. BBL Pacific have crumbled at the first test of this A wave, and with Mandatory making their way onto the site now, the post plant feels all but entirely secure.
With this double duelist, it looks so much easier. A double duelist, still Sentinel in the post plant. I mean, one of them gone, but the deadlock trap's down. Wherever you go, wherever you try and bust out from, you will be making noise. And that's exactly what happens. Activates at the right time, but Takas gone. This is still doable.
Oh, and it's gonna have to be Kellogg's into the ult. TP still to take himself to a fresh angle. Kreven sticking it. Kellogg's catching a headshot, one to the dome piece. Kreven flicks back and finds him on the second time of asking. Kellogg's was trying to pull a trick on him with the fake TP, but Kreven, even after biting, goes back for a second swipe and still wins the round.
What is going on? And this is allowing BBL Pacific to come back into the game. They need that, a lifeline, when Mandatory should have had everything sorted. Still though, a swing round to come through. You look at the money in the back pocket of BBL Pacific, it's not too bright.
The context that's most important, the ways in which these rounds have expired. A defusal on the last couple, and with one or two players left, it's minimal returns, but BBL Pacific are on the board, and Loiter with a cheeky spam to start has found them the opening pick this time.
Oh, Kellogg's doesn't realise about the early line, and Levels Rock capitalising off the back of it, but Rose in the corner. Takas seems to have some sort of idea with the ping going out. Oh, a lot timing.
Takas. It's got to walk straight through, it's so dodgy.
What is going
Mikey
on?
finding the C kill onto Kreven, who was so far committed to the corner, means that Mandatory move into post, still a player down, but still with Takas on B!
What is happening? Spike down and a retake to be attempted. Takas needs to get into position quickly, but Mike's still able to get one. A 2v2 in which Takas plays the prime spot, the player to be, the win condition. A Viper's pit to stop any lines of sight, but Loiter's working on that spike. This is going to be a defuse. BBL Pacific are going to win this round!
And by the skin of their teeth, 3 times in a row now. Just, oh, I'm over here, pointing Kellogg's around the corner. And Takas lurking probably isn't what you expect from Mandatory, just on the face of it, because it's not the first round that he's been excluded from a post plant with so much utility. Really not seen those sensors placed all too much, or the barrier involved. And yeah, we're talking about him evolving as a player and showing us a little bit more of his game, but that's one part that is difficult to get right, the utility. And I think right now, Mandatory in these very winnable positions are perhaps doing themselves a bit of a disservice.
I feel like, I don't think the decision was a bad one in which to go for the flank, because let's be honest, like Takas should have had that kill. That should have been a 2 versus 1. Sure, you have to then try and re-clear the pit, but listen, we can come to that conversation at a later time. But I 100% agree with you. Mandatory are like, it feels like the rabbit and the hare. They are being able, the hare and the tortoise, whatever the story is, where like the hare is
in Scotland.
Yeah, I know, it's different. But listen, point being is that they're getting like to the finish line and then just completely fumbling it.
Kill this competition.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, once you're in that lurk position, sure, go for it. But question on my mind, why was that the case in the first place? Mikey the one to go quickly here, and Loiter just allows for it to happen, gets exactly what he wants.
Wall trick, storm's activated.
Although the Vice utility has been activated, so there is a small win for Mandatory, but the numbers is the most important part. With BBL Pacific having so much map control at the moment, through the position of Larocque, through Levels Rock's operator on B, Mandatory are going to struggle to find their way back into this game.
I have the spike.
And not just that, but with it being Mikey dropping, those are your smokes. Still with the double senti, trying to slow roll into a site. You're also missing the extra initiation of the paranoia. I mean, hell, he's one of the players that I would have perhaps put in a lurk position. Like Hip as well. But with Enzo sussing out A, it's going to be the B push. In through the wall, Lovers Rock missed shot, a chance for the spike to go in.
That is a massive chance, but the second operator shot will hit. Hit trying to gain some semblance of control, and it's the late luck from Enzo that works out in the end. A 2 versus 2, but that spike's still down on main. This is going to have to be a death match to the end. And it's Enzo who will win the round for mandatory.
Finally, it's a 1 versus 1 with Loiter involved, and he's on the receiving end. Cut incredibly fine from Mandatory's perspective. And one thing I do want to say for Pacific is that we're seeing Lovers Rock look a lot more confident in these fights that he's taking. The silver lining from Corrode was when he was trying to play positively and get aggressive mid-round, look for fights. That double dip on B with the paranoia coming in from Larocque to set him up was really nice. But BBL Pacific have a lot to talk about here, and mentioning Larocque in the same sentence, I have to say that in him taking up a more supportive role here, I think you've lost a lot of the value that he was bringing to the table before. He was typically playing a flashing agent, right? Like a breach or something of the sort. Even his utility is not getting as much impact as it would be able to previously, and just looks a shell of the Larocque that we remember, really.
I feel as if, like, I don't want to say he's playing off role. I feel as if maybe there's obviously a plan here and an idea. I don't think you can just force a player to play the way, or like play a role that he doesn't want to play, right? But yeah, I have to agree. Like, I feel as if this new play style that BBL Pacific are going for, one which I don't want to say is away from the individual prowess that we've seen, but the double initiator always looked good for them. So this double controller, not fully convincing just yet, and Mandatory are doing everything they can to capitalise off the back of it.
Kellogg's could be in for a kill here as well. Maybe a couple. Outlaw on B. TP's away from it. Leaves behind the rest of his team in main. This Mandatory are grouped up with all 5 as it stands. Now starting to explore some other avenues.
Time to jump.
They are. Oh, I just missed out on the opportunity to capitalise on Lovers Rock being on the ultimate orb. And he's still continuing to try an entry with this outlaw. First one found, Lovers Rock. That should continue on this way. Remember, it's 4 sheriffs up against the full buy of Mandatory. So at this moment in time, we're looking at Pacific having no chance in this round.
Yeah, Mandatory going through the gears. A very well tempered round as it stands, but an air of caution still required. These sheriffs could be deadly, and you've already seen a little bit of that. A couple of kills, still entertaining these fights through tight angles. Loiter's the next, but flashed from it twice over. There's little left to be said of the defense here. Mandatory, oh, okay. Kreven played in. 3 now from his sheriff onto the Vandal. Kreven, you have got to be kidding. He's sincerely stepped up to the plate in this 3rd and final stage of the year, the penultimate event, but the no longer newest player in the side, showing exactly what he's worth.
But Mandatory once again are put themselves into a position which should have been winnable. And they're just gifting ones to a sheriff, which, yeah, sure, you should beat, but you have to play the percentages sometimes. And Mandatory right now, that needle's starting to shift towards BBL Pacific after it's a serviceable defensive side.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds sometimes where you see a player there, you just kind of want to ignore it, right? Cage it off, smoke it, and just breeze past it, get to the site and play post. Not want to be entertaining the kind of fights that BBL Pacific are going to live for as a mechanical team that we know they can be. Next gun round prepared, and Mandatory reversing their approach this time. It's an A start and B finish.
Over there.
Kellogg's the only one towards that A side. With that smoke being dropped, there's a chance in which he could take a time, and he does so. Gets Krevin, that's the Vice utility offline, and it's a straight into a B execute for Mandatory right now.
Mandatory ending in the middle of the map. They can get the spike down, but they need extra space. That's why Takas invests the ult. Hobbit under their banner, but no late play outside of A. Setting up the utility though, and that's exactly what we wanted to see from him.
That we are. Hip holding on towards Hobbit. That paranoia just caught him towards the end. Caught trying to deal with utility, and it's still somewhat doable for BBL Pacific. They just have to get by the deadlock wall, get by the remaining 3 players, but when they try to do so, Mandatory respond and find their 6th.
Pacific showing some signs of life in the previous round, a little bit here as well, but Mandatory are so quick to set up as they would like. Important trade onto Rose, who on average represents the age of this Pacific team. He's the 3rd youngest IGL in the event, on the 3rd youngest team. A 7-year gap between them and Mandatory, may I add. So I think the calling, him versus Enzo at this point in time, when you've not got individuals to go ahead and make big plays, it's looking a lot more laboured.
And Kellogg's has put so much pressure on towards Krevin. They know that's exactly the player they had to get, and some utility not used. They've hit the site and walked out with absolutely nothing lost, and Rose trying to force the issue will get taken off guard. Loiter identified, so much utility sent towards this site, and no one able to find some semblance of safety. A 2 versus 1, which Lover's Rock has to try and clutch up from, and he does have a rifle.
Well, there's a recon behind his head though, trying to play around it. It's gonna get caught. Tack has to finish it off with 3. Mandatory confirming their lead with this double senti offense. And yeah, it just feels like some of these rounds now, they are bullying Pacific. This was a fantastic set piece. And it comes back to the calling that I was talking about. Pacific trying to get proactive there. You can commend them for the effort, but still feeling disjointed. And when you consider the rounds that they've won, it's little and often been a team effort. It's really coming down to who can pop off. As this map was built upon before with Comeback, really. I hate to say it as it is, but that's the case right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Comeback was actually speaking about in an interview, was that he felt that BBL Pacific, just before he left his time, was starting to play more as individuals, playing more for themselves, and it seems to be coming through in that sense. The synergy that we so often spoke about with Pacific and how long this roster had been together is not looking to come through in this server at the most important time of the year. Their 2nd attempt at Ascension. A 4 versus 2 in which they have to try and clutch up from now, and both players remaining on Pacific's side are at opposite ends of the map.
They should pair up in just a moment. Krevin making his way over. Like you say, pieces, parts have changed, but this is a brotherhood. A team house shared. Even Krevin coming in, someone that Rose had worked with for a long time. The history is there, but it's Loiter that has to be the first line of defense on this round, this final round of the half.
He's holding on somewhat, being able to delay with 20 seconds remaining. There's a real chance to upset, and that's when the ultimate gets ripped. The Steel Garden, players forced on towards Sheriffs, forced on towards weapons you don't want to be on, but still Mandatory get over the line.
Yeah, Pacific on one of their old best maps, looking 2nd best and then some to a Mandatory side which has reformed, regrouped, and looks more than up to the challenge of this group of Death. They might have just cheated Death itself if they can take this one 2-0. Still though, the series not yet done. We'll see if they can close it out in the second half.
And
welcome back to the group of death. The first game in it between BBL Pacific and Mandatory. It was all up to Mandatory to qualify. The other two had already done so in this group, and they are proving us to have one of the best performances that we've probably seen of them all year.
Yeah, the longest standing French organization in Challengers. A finals curse hung over their head. But into EMEA they go, looking brand new, as does Kellogg's. Opening kill to draw first blood. Pacific still on this slow creep towards the A site, but picked off one by one. Hit the next to find the lurk of Creven. Pushing into the stack at this point.
Watching here.
Yeah, Mandatory have everything they need. I mean, tap of the spike. Basically, Pacific right now, their aim, their goal is to try and find something back in their favour. But they've walked straight into Takas, and he's been able to get one.
Quick flood in from Mandatory. Util to keep Pacific busy, but it's Lover's Rock with the frenzy that had done so much. Loiter now in a clutch. 1v2s, 2v1s, we've seen him pull it off, but just gets caught sleeping at the wheel by Mikey. Mandatory with every single pistol so far in this series, and they may not need another. 9 rounds now in a prime position to bring it all home.
They will be most likely hitting double digits. A real upset would be coming through. Without a spike plant, there's no way that BBL Pacific can force the issue either. It gets worse and worse for the Turkish side.
And a team which, for most of this year, we held in the regard of the best full Turkish roster in EMEA. Especially considering Foot's stage 2 and how they've looked. I would have tipped the Pacific side before to best them in a best of 5, and we saw it go the distance in, you know, off-season events and the sort. But yeah, that next generation can't exactly have their work done for them here. They've got to fight for it, and just not seeing it, not going to get a chance to see it. Enzo and Kellogg's making light work of this round, whether they can see the players in front of them or not.
Yeah, and even in games where we had seen them maybe fall to the wayside, right? You think towards split 1 of EMEA, where when we saw Enterprise go into the tournament in a group with BBL Pacific, and it went very, very close. I think in the end it ended up being 2-1-2 Pacific, but it was one where everyone was wondering, are we actually going to see Pacific get knocked out this early?
Yeah, it looked like they were going to choke it, but they came back. They forced some kind of a response, and when that big exchange comes up tomorrow, Enterprise are already going to be feeling massively confident with how this result has gone, favouring them, of course, should any tiebreak come up. But the rifle here could decide their chances outright. Mandatory off the back of a flawless with guns brought to the C site hold, but Pacific yet to breach the gates.
That's not even talking about the Enterprise BBL Pacific derby that has grown throughout this year, the rivalry that these two have built, and it's not one out of love, I can tell you that. Not one where Kellogg's is looking to give up either. 2 players lost the spike on the ground, and everyone needs to take a look, take a note. Rifles on the ground, a player advantage for Mandatory.
Yeah, and so much ground to be covered if you're BBL Pacific, with Takas watching this with his Marshal.
Already seen the gun barrel, already calling for support, and that's come in the form of Enzo. And BBL Pacific still scaling slowly towards this site where they haven't identified where this Sova is, but instead, no, there's going to be a quick pivot towards B, and that's where Enzo will come out at the perfect time.
Shooting through the portion of the wall adjacent to the door frame on the other side, nets him a free kill. And with a 4 versus 2, Mandatory simply have to play as a unit and retake this one together. Enzo isolated on the A side.
Yeah.
Little bit of caution here.
But it looks like he's going to give it up, and this is something Mandatory have done before. They've given up advantages, they've given up positions where you should expect them not to. They've gained control of the spike, but LaRock is dealing with the players. A 1 versus 1 against Takas. Dodges the flash. He's still defusing, and it's shooting full hit. He is looking to put BBL Pacific to the sword. Mandatory on 11 and 2 away from winning out this series.
I thought that they'd capitulated there in the 4v2. This was excellent work from Kellogg's to get things started. That's how the advantage was built. It was an excellent paranoia from Marky onto the 2 players in Hobbit. And then Takas to find that one at the end on the Sheriff is just the cherry on the cake. 11 for them. Pacific spending every last credit to get themselves a ticket in this round, a chance at the lottery. But Enzo's upgraded to an Odin now. And he's brought some company to this site hold.
The Enzo Odin, the trademark gun that we see from him so many times. It seems like this could be BBL Pacific's last chance in this map, last chance in this series, and there's ultimates to be thrown at this one as well.
Net dropping in, paranoia off the back of the Yoru ult. Right now, Kellogg's is just looking for an exit. Same could be said for the players on site. LaRock goes down with just 1 to his name. A missed deadlock ult means that Takas has plenty more work to do, but it's Rose that steps up on the Pacific side of the server. Captain Fantastic, keeping them in it. And that's about all you can say right now. It's a lifeline, but there is so much more work to be done.
Yeah, the monitor hasn't flatlined just yet. Mandatory threw everything that they could at that round, didn't get it out. And look at the difference in the scoreboard as well. Kellogg's 24 and 11. BBL Pacific are nowhere near 20, never mind near what Kellogg's is putting up. That shows you the difference right now. A gulf, a gap, which BBL Pacific need to try and cross.
Yeah. And such a difficult series so far for LaRock. Someone who has had his struggles throughout this year, stepped back from socials in between stages after that loss to Enterprise as well, took it quite personally, as you say. A fierce rivalry stoked between the two, and one which we may be invited to later down the line from this group stage. Because look, if things don't go well for Pacific, what does the seeding for Ascension look like? You know, there are no guarantees. The only thing that we have in front of us is 2 best-of-5s to see who gets promoted, but doesn't guarantee that they won't be facing each other later on. And Pacific will want to be in perfect form for then, but right now it's a case of mowing their way through this mandatory eco.
Yeah, and I don't want to make it...
just keeping the rounds coming one at a time.
Yeah. I don't want to start making excuses for BBL Pacific, but with them already being qualified and with it being a long year, you've got to think of the tournaments they've played, Stage 1, EMEA Stage 1, and so forth, right? Now in our 3rd stage. There's been little gaps here and there. Seems if Mandatory are not wanting to give up anything to BBL Pacific, looking to just die to the spike. So overall, it's a fairly pacifist round overall in the end. And we all end up with it being 11-6.
Yeah, BBL Pacific closing the gap. Just 5 between the two teams. And with a few rifle rounds in there, the course of this map, let alone series, can very quickly change. We know how momentum affects this BBL Pacific side. It was a similar scoreline you're looking at right now in the deciding map of that group stage opener that we saw back in the first stage of our first EMEA event, the one which Pacific went on to win. All they need is a little bit of ignition, some kind of catalyst, and we might just have the best from them yet to come.
Oh, but they're heading into a site that has all the utility for both Sentinels.
Both of them now present on site. Hip with Mikey just behind him. Mandatory following it up one at a time. Their own aggressive play is made. Deadlock net thrown in. BBL Pacific captured, sinking into the sand as the Hunter's Fury buries a couple more targets. Takas taking his own timing.
I have the spike.
And a 5 versus 2 now, which Pacific need to try and recover just as soon as it looked like things were getting better for them. They've walked straight into trouble, into the jaws of the beast itself.
A flawless round to push Mandatory on to 12, on to match point, on to series point. They have been unbelievable today, and they continue to do so. Everyone popping up when it was needed. Everyone has had their moment so far. And well, they have to get through BBL Pacific's ultimate cycle. And they also have a bye. They should have a bye all the way to the end of this map, no matter if they win it or if their opponents win it. It's going to have to be a serious amount of rounds that they're going to be able to try and find here. And it looks like it's going to be a C-site finish for the attack.
Yeah, early damage on Loiter, but he's joined the rest of the group on the way into the C site. BBL Pacific brute forcing it, but Mandatory here, hammer in hand, bringing it down on their very heads. They ask for no regrets, and there is no surrender in the group of death.
No, I mean, Hazard, they were placed into the group of death, and there was only one thing they could say: not today. A brilliant performance by the French side, and well, I'll tell you this right now. Enterprise, they've got a target on their backs because the French side are coming.
Yeah, I mean, all I can do is put my hands up and say I didn't expect to see this one coming. Yeah. Sure, with Pacific going through the motions, bringing in a new player to a level of competition we've not seen Lovers Rock play at before. Ultimately, you kind of consider the options that they potentially had to bring in. There were other names floated around in the region, but Turkey, even with the depth of talent that it has moved away from those previous stars, your Levens, your Zeus's. They've been promoted. They're now playing in the big leagues, even comeback. So they had to pull something together here, and I have to say, it's not like it was his fault. That's not the reason why they've lost today. They just didn't look systematically the same team that we've seen in these competitions before.
No, they definitely did not. But with that being said, we have our own opinions, but so does this analyst desk, and they can go and break down what has been a monumental series to get things kicked off in the group of death.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the group of death, it definitely is. Looking at that, I mean, Mandatory managing to take down one of the champions. And now, yeah, as you say, the target on the back of the second champions here. This is absolutely ridiculous, because now, I mean, look, the likelihood of this turning into a 1-all for every single team in the group, and it coming down to round differential or some other tiebreaker is way higher now. And I am so excited to see how the rest of this group is going to play out, because once Enterprise Esports get their teeth into this one, then it gets really interesting.
Yeah, it could be really interesting, and the way BCF have played today has like been very, very flat performance. We mentioned Lovers Rock not quite being the guy to replace Comeback in this series. Like, it really showed, and I feel like that might come from him like maybe not being as a stronger performer on the Raze and the Neon compared to his Jet and Yoru, but more of a natural AWP player. That's where he really shines, at least statistically. And that today kind of really showed. He didn't really get going at all. And the when you have duelists on the other team, like Kellogg's, who's, I know, went plus 20 plus over the entire series, it's going to be really, really difficult for your team.
Yeah, I mean, look, now at this point, what can BBL Pacific even do? Because not only are they obviously, they have that 2-0 against them now, their best chance is obviously to beat Enterprise Esports and hope that it draws out at a 1-1 for every single team. But that round score was not that good on a map which we historically have seen them be good at. But either way, the thoughts of BBL Pacific can be left until later, because we have our sideline reporter Affinity with an interview now with one of the mandatory players.
Hello there, and indeed I do have an interview for you. Now, first of all, talk to me. How are you feeling off of the back of such an incredible victory there?
Feeling great. We did, I think, a really good work, and our coaching staff did a really good work to prepare this match. So it paid off, and yeah, obviously very happy.
Now, coming into this stage, you are in what has been described as the group of death. Did you see yourselves as underdogs? And how did your attitude sort of shape the preparation for this stage?
Yeah, I think we are the underdogs, clearly. It's group of death also, obviously. I think the preparation, we had the mindset like we have nothing to lose, and we can't complain about the groups, like we can't do anything about it. We just need to, like, the goal was to focus on ourselves, focus on the plan, to play against BBL and against Enterprise later, obviously. So yeah, that was the mindset. Just focus on ourselves, and focus all of our energy into the work we have to do. That's it.
Now, you mentioned, of course, you've got Enterprise coming up to play next. Is there anything that you're going to take away from this series specifically to keep in mind ahead of playing Enterprise?
Well, I think we are already ready to play Enterprise, to be honest. So we are not gonna change much. Same mindset, same goal. It's just to win and move on to playoff.
Now, the last map that we saw especially, when Kellogg's is having such an amazing performance, or you've got somebody who's really, really popping off, how does the team react? Do you try and, build that hype even further? Do you adjust differently around that, or is it just sort of business as normal?
I think Kellogg's is a hype man already. So when he's popping off like that, he has a lot of energy to bring to the team. So he's bringing the kills, but the energy at the same time. So I mean, we can maybe even say that he almost solo carried our ass today. But obviously it was a team effort. But yeah, props to Kellogg's because he did an insane 2 maps.
Now, my last question for you is there a celebration victory after such an amazing series? Is there something that you guys go and do after the series to get yourselves hyped, or maybe to cool down after a series? What do you do after a big win?
Honestly, nothing much, because nothing is done yet. We can't celebrate or anything. Nothing is finished. Job's not done, so we need to focus on Enterprise. We did a small talk, obviously. We are happy about our performance, but we are already moving forward and looking forward to tomorrow, last day of preparation to play Enterprise, and then another match to win.
Anyway, I will let you go and calm down, cool down with your team after that. Huge congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you to play tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Now.
Oh. Well, thank you very much, Affinity. Wonderful to hear that as well. I think the best thing you can do as mandatory, they describe themselves as the underdog in this group, and I think rightly so. Obviously, this is 3 absolute giants coming into this group, and it's a difficult situation to be in no matter which team you are, because no matter, you're going to have a difficult game. And mandatory doing the best they can with the information. They're focusing on themselves, and they're just going into it going, okay, now we need to beat Enterprise as well, which well, whether or not they perceive it as a more difficult matchup than BBL Pacific, it doesn't matter. They need to win it if they really want to get into the playoffs. You kind of do need a 2-0. Obviously, you can get through with a 1-1 scoreline, but you really should be aiming for a 2-0 in a 3-team group to get into playoffs. Yeah,
mandatory coming across as like the humble kings. They don't see themselves. They see themselves as the underdogs. honestly, underdog kind of gives you like a good story, like the pressure's off, and I think that might have helped them today. Obviously, saw Kellogg's going plus 29 over the series, which is absolutely incredible, over just 2 maps. So I think stuff like that, where it's like the pressure's off. We're the underdogs, you know, no one expects us to win, you know, so we can go and just be free and play our game.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could have highlighted anything there, but I think the best thing we can do is just take a look at Kellogg's game over the course of that one, because Kellogg's has been, I think, the instrumental part of the puzzle here for Mandatory. I think there were a lot of, well, maybe not question marks coming out of the France like region stage, but you know, they're not the first seed coming out of it. Kellogg's maybe not a no-show, but definitely kind of bubbling under the surface here, and suddenly has really brought his A game here for Challengers EMEA. Absolutely great to see. I mean, the French league's Mandatory's Twitter account noted maybe that Kellogg's had a slightly larger impact in the game than he has had before, because wonderful stuff coming out from Kellogg's. And I mean, that's what you need in these kinds of situations where you are up against 2 of the most difficult teams in the region. You just need to bring everything you have.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where it's a mix of experience but like individual skill. This is like prime Kellogg's that we've seen back in the day, maybe back on G2, where he's just carrying these games on his own, having so much impact. But you also have to give props to the rest of the players, like Enzo, the IGL, supporting him, letting him take this freedom, letting him go for these plays, all the other players helping him out. So everyone's like sees the plus 29, but also the support has to be there. And it wasn't only for himself, like he was playing selfless, he was doing solo fakes, he was opening up the map on his own. He's also like playing for the team, so it's not just like full forget the game plan, I'm just going to go kill. It's like he's still a part of the team. They're still working the map really well, and they're still playing well together, and it's really, really good to see.
Right, well, let's take a look at today's results so we can wrap things up and take a look at the way things are shaping up now, because obviously that is a very interesting start to this one. The game between Detti, Ulysse, and... oh, man, you're not really going to make me... I remember the name of the team from the logo. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Sorry. There we go. I haven't learned all of the logos yet, apparently. There you go. But yes, this is how things have worked out so far. Been very quick games on this stream at the very least, but that one's still ongoing. I'm sure we will have a raid ready for you once we are done with today's broadcast. But that's a really interesting start to the groups. Obviously, Team Liquid Academy starting things off how they would want to there. But Enterprise Esports probably have a few question marks coming into their game, both of their games actually, against the 2 contenders in their group, because that's an unexpected scoreline, I would say.
Yeah, because I feel like it leaves both teams still being really up for it. Like Mandatory with a win over maybe the most scary team there is. Now gives them big confidence coming for the Enterprise game. Of like, okay, if we can beat BBL Pacific, we can beat Enterprise. But now also on the other hand, BBL Pacific are like, damn, we lost the Mandatory. We really need to step it up for the next game to make sure we don't go 0-2, because Enterprise is also a good team. So I think it puts us in a really good spot to see some great Valorant, because all teams are going to be really, really up for it, and they've got big points still to prove.
All right, well, let's take a look at what the schedule is like for tomorrow, so you can look forward to that one. More exciting games, and obviously we are starting things off with BBL Pacific versus Enterprise Esports. This is such an important game. Obviously, if BBL Pacific win this one, then things get thrown into disarray in Group A. If Enterprise Esports get that win, then it all comes down to that final game between Enterprise Esports and Mandatory. The second game we are going to be watching is Job Life versus UL. So, I mean, another absolutely massive game. Obviously, Turkish representatives versus the #1 seed from France. And if Mandatory look that good, then I am scared for how Job Life will look in this tournament as well. So, I mean, we've got banger games left, right, center. So join us again the same time tomorrow. I've been Twiggy. Do you have any closing remarks, Echo?
No closing remarks from me. Just excited to see Job Life, my boy Chihuahua. I'm going to be tuning in to watch him play. Yeah, going to be good stuff. Thank you.
All right, great. I hope everybody else will be tuning in as well. Same time tomorrow, and get a good night's sleep, because it's going to be an insane day.
enemy remaining.
Wow.
And
Am I learning my lesson? Never running from wreckage when it's getting too close. A million reasons to turn, a million ways to get burned, and still inside it I go. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already in it and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on an X till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead